These curses are real, no assurance of life. We can't find no ease. Every day is hunting season, developed with death. It's on every side. What other nation have an invisible target on their backs? Blood touching blood, we getting killed by the cops. Hung in the cells, when will this madness stop? Groping in noonday, as the blind grope in darkness. Such a strong delusion, we don't believe the plot. Programmed to make a merchandise of our people. Dope boy in the hood, poisoning his people. Pastors on the pulpit, seducing us with evil. Women don't want to be feminine, wanna do what men do. A man's emasculated, they hate the way it's created. The Willie Lynch letter, see how they played us. Gotta walk on the pen and the needle. These people, they evil, they plotting to kill you. Because you are Hebrew, they yearn to deceive you. They learn that sin is the only way to defeat you. Gotta walk on the pen and the needle. These people, they evil, they plotting to kill you. Because you are Hebrew, they yearn to deceive you. They learn that sin is the only way to defeat you. Last year's price ain't today's price, but yesteryear's life ain't today's life. Turn to God, the price on my head done double. These devils going hard, he said try the spirits. They come in many shapes, come in many forms. My God armored me, said be ready for him. No weapon formed against me shall ever prosper. The wicked can't kick rocks, I'm down with the Heavenly Father. I always hope for the best, but prepare for the worst. It ain't just Esau, but the ones that's close. A man's supposed to be those you are around the most. Your family and your loved ones are demonic hosts. The fight is not with flesh, the war is not with blood. It's the evil spirits that rule in darkness from above. Called us to be courageous and give us a spirit of fear. Sanctified with truth so we can see them clear. Our Lord's day is near, on which side you stand. Do you fear God or man? We gotta walk on the pen and the needle. These people, they evil, they plotting to kill you. Because you are Hebrew, they yearn to deceive you. They learn that sin is the only way to defeat you. Gotta walk on the pen and the needle. These people, they evil, they plotting to kill you. Because you are Hebrew, they yearn to deceive you. They learn that sin is the only way to defeat you.
Yeah. Yahweh Ba'Shem, Yahweh Shai Barakatah. Kwam Yashala. Welcome to the Lion's Den. This episode of the Lion's Den is brought to you by Common Sense. I can explain it to you, but I can't understand it for you. That's right. Lion's Den, we back in full effect, man. We just came off the road, kicked ass, and took names later. We got the whole conscious community shook over here. You hear me? Everywhere we go, they talking about my man Kemetian. They talking about the Kemetian Adept Heruphant. You see, he got him over there shaking and joining up and allegiances together, trying to take the Lions Den down. It won't happen. It won't happen, man. It won't happen, Brian. I'm telling you, they over there shaking in their mummy boots, man. They calling all the backups. They calling Jabari. They calling Rob Bowen. They calling Black Lion Supreme. They calling Garfield. They calling Mr. Morpheus. They calling goddamn all these goddamn pseudos. And you still gonna lose. Welcome to the den, man. I'm gonna go ahead and introduce the panel. We got Zion Warren in the building. Go ahead, Aki.
Khan, Shalom family, you know what I'm saying? Big shout out, you know what I'm saying, to my Israelite family, to my Rastafari family, to my Moorish Science family, you know what I'm saying, to my Kemetic Science family. You know what it is, you know what I'm saying? The war child, the cold killer, the Lord Lion, you know what I'm saying? The most hated, most underrated, the most underdebated, the smusher of heads, the smushinator. You know, I just want to say this, you know what I'm saying? How niggas coming out, they face just sounding like they supporting, you know what I'm saying? You know, the lynching of Emmett Till or something. We gonna support. Yeah, I seen it. He was reckless eyeballing that white girl. That's right. Why? How are you conscious in the conscious community and you ain't defending your brothers? That's what don't make no sense to me.
Good question.
That's some coonery. That's some straight coonery right there, B. On some real shit. So I'm, you know what I'm saying, I'm gonna land my plane. You know what I'm saying? We still working on that, you know what I'm saying, that discussion for the Amhar, you know what I'm saying, genocide going on in Ethiopia, you know what I'm saying? And I'm setting up some discussions based on some other things, the concerning fathers' rights and stuff like that on Clubhouse, you know what I mean?
Right.
And we just gonna
You
move
got
forward.
you got a preliminary coming up soon.
Yeah. We're doing that tonight.
I don't know if the brother we might do it
Yeah, it's probably
tomorrow,
too
man.
late now. Yeah. We could
Yeah,
probably
we do it
do
tomorrow.
yeah. That's
We do it
con.
tomorrow. But yeah, tell him what's that supposed to be about. Tell everybody
Yeah,
what's supposed to be.
you know what I'm saying, my brother Aaron, you know what I'm saying, and we brothers who respect each other. So this is going to be, you know what I'm saying, a delightful debate. It's going to be one of those debates that, you know what I'm saying, that the ad homs ain't, you know what I'm saying, ain't trying to, you know what I'm saying, you know what I'm saying, hurt nobody's feelings or
No.
nothing like that. You know what I mean? But at the same time, we're going to give a good, you know what I'm saying, dissertation on our different points concerning Yeshua and the Old Testament prophecies, whether I suppose whether Yeshua fits those prophecies or whether those prophecies were fulfilled in other Old Testament, you know what I'm saying, personalities such as Onanias and Josiah, you know what I'm saying, what have you. But I think that's going to be probably the major part of the discussion, if I'm not sure. But we're going to have the preliminary so we can, you know what I'm saying, set up the contentions and come to a clear understanding of where we're coming from on both aspects and then set a title for it. You know what I mean? So, you know what I mean? It's going to be good. Yeah.
All right. Well, and then before I introduce Commission, Sister Natalia Shalom, welcome to the den. You know, the link is in the chat if you want to jump on, because we about to go in on Unc. We about to go in on Unc. I heard you beat him up too. So I mean, he getting beat up all over the goddamn place. I don't know, Michael Smith, why everybody afraid of the den. I mean, we got some intellectuals over here, so they gotta do what they do. All right. Now the next person on the panel is the Lions Den champion. And like I said, last couple of days, man, he just shook up the conscious community. My Ak Kemetian Adept Heruphant. Go ahead and introduce yourself, Aki. Mute your mic, family.
All right. Yeah, I want to rise upon the seven and give praises to the great God. You know, man, we call him Allah in my circle, but we also know him as Yahweh. You know, we know him by many names, but we want to give honors to the ancestors, man, from Prophet Noble Drew Ali to, you know, all the rabbis who came forth, you know, Marcus Mosai Garvey. We want to let it be known we love all our people, but we here to edify the people and teach y'all some true scholarship, man. All of this demonstration that we done seen out here, man, where people trying to attack our people, all that's finna cease because we finna put the truth out here on the manifest. Shots out to the Lion Den.
Right.
Shots out to JJ7000, man. That's a true brother right there, man. Solid to the core. You know, Eloah brother. You know, Sister Karima. Give honors to the goddess and the queen. She do her job. Brother Zion Warren. You know, brother Yara. You know, both of my Yah brothers.
Yasha.
Yeah, Yasha. You know
Mighty
what I'm saying?
Hebrew.
Mighty Hebrew. Come on, man. We can go all the way down the line. They ain't seen what's finna happen yet, Judah.
Right.
We finna shake up the world. We finna do something that they ain't seen, that they thought couldn't happen. They ain't never seen individuals with this background being able to come together and demonstrate in unison. So what's happening there? I'm gonna give you the syndrome of what's going on. See, you know how you go in an abandoned building and you cut on the lights and everything get to running around in there, roaches, rats, and everything else. See, this is what's going on. See, we don't shine the light, you know,
on them roaches.
Yeah, on them roaches over there, you know. And basically, you know, this is more like what people call attention whores or whoremongers of consciousness over there. That's what they call them, right? Hoes of consciousness. We're gonna go into that special aspect right there and give it to your blood raw. That's who we know them as. And we finna expose these people. I'm gonna tell you who these people are now. These people are people that were paid to put us back into slavery. Noble Drew Ali said, Moors, if you ain't careful, your own brother put you back into slavery. And that's what they trying to do. These individuals scared to speak the truth. They humble themselves when it comes to the European. They oblige the European. How many times a European done come on Sarnetta platform and he let them rock and never attack them? Let's put him under a microscope. How many times he done let them European come on there and he don't attack him? You know why? Because he know better. He know better. And they done got so comfortable where they be in the chat banging on our people.
Right.
They be shucking and he be shucking and jiving on them.
What they
shucking and jiving.
How you gonna say you a revolutionary, bro? You come from the lineage of Dr. Khalid Muhammad, huh? And you showing
right. That's the
position of your people. You's a fake, nigga. You phony.
He's a fake.
You're a liar,
he's a
and the
coon.
truth ain't in you.
Hey,
see what you done did. See, I was trying to be cordial with you, but anybody that know me know when Kemetian get on you, and I ain't letting up, because now I see you as the adversary, because you're disingenuous. You get people over there, act like you want to build, but you here to destroy. I see you, demon.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, he's a devil. He's a demon. And he
so
wants to be.
Go ahead and give you that energy you want.
Right.
Because it's up there. I want all the smoke. And I hope you see this.
Yeah, that devil.
Right. I said it was Jerry Springer in the chat. That's when they blocked me. As soon as I said this is Jerry Springer right now. I said I thought this was supposed to be scholarship. And then after that, get back in.
I see you down there in the chat. So I advise you, you know, if you don't want your intellectual head chopped off with this consciousness, I advise you just to sit there and look, listen, and learn.
Who in the chat?
All that gonad swinging that you doing over there,
right?
Sarnetta ain't over here. You see, I see you down there.
Who in the chat, bro?
Somebody down there talking about Kemet afraid of what is your definition?
Michael Smith. He always,
he's a troll, is what he is.
Yeah, I don't understand that.
Well,
bro.
let me. I want to rock out.
Hey, I want to see. Let me
nasty right there.
let me show you how imitation is flattery. Y'all see Shotgun right here? Can y'all see him? Hold up, let's see. Hold up. Now he done went out and bought a jacket just like mine, man. He done went out and bought a jacket just like mine. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, he's a swagger jacket. He's a
swagger jacket. Look, he got it all right.
Swagger jacket and culture vulture.
Man, this dude want to beat me, man. It's
narcissistic, egotistical, manglomaniac.
Look. Can y'all see that? Hold up. There you go. Look. Can y'all see it? He done went out and got a jacket just like JJ.
Exactly.
Come on, man.
Exactly.
Come on,
man. Man. I mean, you're doing too much, man. You know.
Man.
I slapped over the leftovers that I didn't want. You can have that. Now you're trying to jack my style. You're stealing my words. You're stealing the stuff we do over here, bro. You ain't gonna be able to beat me, bro.
What happened to the truth? Like yesterday, he just came out his face like, fuck the truth. Like this nigga.
This for all
this
y'all
nigga came on our show.
This for all of y'all in the box down there. If y'all got someone to say, yeah, we welcome y'all to on this platform. Come on in here.
Oh, they don't want their head smushed. They don't want their head smushed.
Send them the link. Send it to them.
I'll smush their head in,
come in here, we're gonna let you rock out, and we're gonna let you rock. We ain't gonna cut you off like Sarnetta. But I'm saying, if you don't think you're ready to come up in here, don't come up in here, because it's gonna be straight.
I can't make no promises. I can't make no promises. You know what I'm saying? I might cut them off.
Hold up. What is it that you have to say, Michael Smith?
I'm just first of all, my Hebrew name is Eliah Ben Yah, and first I like to give all praises to the Creator, the mighty Yah, as in Hallelujah. And you said some things, brother, and I try my best to walk in the commandments. So I want to know before the congregation of Israel, what have I ever done or said to you that was wrong or sin or anything I need to apologize for or ask the Creator Yah for forgiveness?
Wow,
this what you said. You said in this comment down here, what is the definition of true freedom and real justice for all black people? When, if you ever listen to us, we teaching government. We teaching our people self-determination. Judah done said it 50 times on here, right? And then you say people get mad and run when you ask them this question. We ain't ran. We see you in here saying certain things, bro.
Well,
and we open for our people. We want our people to come
he
forward.
supports the show though. He always here though, Kemetian. He supports.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
But I done
But,
seen some statements that
Maybe
he
it was a
made.
misunderstanding. Go ahead, brother.
Okay,
Mike.
okay. Let me before you go to
Some
another point.
statements he made.
So now,
Go ahead.
okay, before you go to another point, let me address that. Now,
Go ahead, brother.
okay. Let me.
Okay, before Apostle.
Yeah, before. Okay, now, again, I don't know. Maybe the question wasn't for you, but what was the problem with asking that question? Again.
It wasn't a problem asking the question, brother. I'm the only person in here with Kemet in my name. So I guess you were talking to me, right?
No, I wasn't talking to you, but I mean, evidently, you must have felt a way, and maybe I was. So again, okay, hold on, let's build, brother, for the edification of those that are listening. What is your definition of true freedom and real justice for all Black people?
You ready for the answer? Are you ready for the answer?
Yes, my brother. We're all awaiting.
I'm gonna say it again. I just said it: self-determination and self-government. When we leave the European concept and ideology, I don't care what group or what religious background we have, when we able to come together under our own government, irrespective of what we believe, that's what's gonna free our people. We ain't trying to get everybody to believe the same thing, because we know everybody don't believe exactly the same thing. I mean, even in the context of in each one of our bodies, you got Moors, but all Moors don't be the same thing. You got Hebrew, but all Hebrews don't believe the same thing amongst each other. You got Christian, they don't believe the same thing. So we know going back forth over that, they ain't got our people nowhere. You know, they've been arguing. It's like two inmates, bro. They done open up the prison gates and say, all right, y'all free. And you got Negroes going back and forth in the door wide open. Y'all arguing over the top bunk. Who gonna sleep on the top or the bottom? The gates wide open. And so that's why I'm saying that we go beyond trying to focus on what somebody believe or what they don't believe. Because at the end of the day, we ain't the Most High. You see, it's the Most High that's guiding people. So what you gonna do? You ain't raising them people out the condition they in. You ain't making their condition better. And if whatever what they stand on, if it make them better than they was, who is you to tell them that they're wrong? You see what I'm saying? As man unfold, as God unfold. But that we have to get beyond that. And once we can see again our plight, where I say self-determination, self-government, I'm talking about us coming together, establishing, a council of oneness. Or what I call it is a consortium. You know what consortium means? It means basically come together based upon principles that can be agreed upon that will support the young and not yet born. We're going to do it for the babies if we don't do it for nobody else. You see what I'm saying? Put all your differences aside to come together and do a work of bringing our people together and really building, making political alliances, so to speak, not with other governments, but each other. Go ahead, brother Apostle.
Oh, let me just say this, brother, because none of what you said, you speak as though I'm doing something wrong by asking a simple question, an important question. Two things that Black people do not have, two things that Black people need, two things that once we are in possession of these two things, which is true freedom and real justice for all Black people. There's nothing wrong with having that discussion. There has not really been any serious debates or discussions defining what that is and laying out a specific plan to achieve those goals and ends. And so I base the definition, I capsulize that definition by saying Black worldwide domination and rulership of this entire planet by those of us who are called black people or the Israelites. And that's based upon Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 1 through 14.
Okay.
Now, if anybody has a problem, with that, this is what we are discussing.
Yeah, well,
so
let me ask you this.
I don't know why you have a problem with Eliab Ben Yah, but
let Apostle come forth, brother.
Yeah, I want to say something real quick because I wanted to say it the other night when Brother Zion was there and did not get the chance.
Go ahead, brother.
My spirit, I have not felt right in my spirit since the last time I dialogued with that brother. I got out of sorts from my behalf, on my point of view. I want to apologize to that brother because I went somewhere where I should not have went, got into an argument with a brother that I do respect and care about. So I wanted to say that to you the other night. You went off. I didn't get a chance to say it. And I want to say it now. I got no problems with you, brother. And even in the future, if we disagree.
Receive, brother. Receive.
All right, brother.
Yes, sir. Now, see, that's what I'm talking about.
Okay, let me just finish up, bro.
Hold up, Mike. We're gonna let you go, but that's what I'm talking about. See, that's what you call real love right there. Brother Apostle came on here, it weighed on his heart. See, that's how you know when you got a brother that got some God consciousness in it. Because if it ain't weighing on your heart when you done crossed boundaries or you done said something, then you a devil. That brother come back days later to let his brother know, our brother know, brother, I want to give you, the measure, is heat, but that's it, and it's love. Let's move forward. You don't see that in the
right. I also apologize to my brother as well. You know what I'm saying? I also want, because I got a little irate as well. Although I tried to maintain, it's my elder at the same time. I still, I still came out of pocket as well. So I'll humble myself on that.
And I give honors to both of you, men. These real men right here, people. See, this is what you want your people to. This is what you want the babies to see right here. See, that's the problem. We've been taught not to apologize, not to give honors to each other. These real men right here, people. You see what I'm saying? You ain't gonna see that on Sarnetta Show. So go ahead, Michael Smith.
Okay, yeah, like I said, I asked you straight up, what have I done? And the only thing that you said is I asked a question. So is that why you're upset with me?
I'm not upset with you, my brother.
We done
moved. Okay, so we're cool. Say it again.
Anybody that know me on move in that spirit, brother. I seen you make some comments, and I can say this too. If I misunderstood,
but that's what I'm saying.
If I
misunderstood my comments,
what you said, yeah. I'm man enough to say, my brother, my thoughts were wrong. You say it didn't. It wasn't directed toward me. All is well, bro. You say maybe it was. We're gonna say all is well, brother. It ain't no pressure.
Right. Hey brother Mike.
No problem, bro. See, I come in the spirit of the last day prophet, Eliab Ben Yah. And when you look at 1 Kings 18, it talks about a spiritual battle called Mount Carmel. And I had a video about that on my last channel called The World of Blacks. And it depicts the nation of Israel divided into two groups, which we are divided today. You have one group, which are being called OTs today. And then you have the other group that follow after either the son of Mary or the black woman is God, as represented by the 450 prophets of Baal and the 400 prophets of the Grove. And the line that's drawn in the sand is not a OT versus NT. It's Yah only on one side and all others on the other side. And you can see the same scenario being played out as the children of Israel were waiting for Moses to come down with the law. We are waiting for the law to come down. And there's two groups. One group stood stiffly for Yah and Yah only, even though you had some that knew better, but compromised to join in with those that worship the two gods of Egypt, represented by the goddess or mother worship and the child worship, hence the golden calf. And his mother was depicted as a golden cow, Hathor, in Egypt. So history indeed replays itself. And again, this question is asked to all those that come before the Black people and say that they have the Creator's plan or they have a plan to free us. So the first question out the gate is, what is your definition of true freedom and real justice for all Black people? Okay, and I say it's Black. I say it's Black worldwide domination and rulership of this entire planet.
Okay, hold up.
Not many people are on that level.
Hold up, Mike. Hold up.
Yes.
We're gonna let you rock some more. Now, I just answered the question earlier, but I want to ask you a question, brother, and I want you to be honest, and this is not an attack. Do you know where the word black come from?
Tell us.
I'm asking you because you're saying it. I'm going to tell you, but I'm asking you first. Can you tell us that?
No, tell us.
So you don't know where it come from? Okay. The word black, my brother, comes from, and I used to teach, let me say this before I go into this. Years ago, when I was studying a lot of other stuff, I would teach. If you ask me who is the original man, I say the original man was the Asiatic black man, the maker, the owner, cream of the planet Earth, father of civilization, God of the universe. Straight off the dome, I would say that, right? And I'm talking about I would teach this. The black man existed from the beginning. He came out of space as an atom spinning on its own time. There was a partial truth to the creation aspect of it, but it was something that wasn't being told. In other words, what I'm saying, brother, black is a description. It's not a nationality. You see?
Not a nationality.
So that name was given to us in
no
the West.
place called black.
It was a label that was given to us. No place
no
called
land called black.
No black
no
land.
We are named after place, after land.
Right.
There's no land called black.
Right. And when you hear people say Kemet mean black land, that's the description that the European is given to that.
That's somebody else's.
That
word.
ain't what the Kemite said it meant.
We never refer to ourselves as that.
We never refer to it. And so what I'm saying is, brother, that's not to attack you, that's to give you proper education. Now, to give you the actual origin on what we was first called a black people, we were called black people by John Blumenbach during the 1700s, a European that was drawing off of the Hermetic hypotheses and scientific racism. And he categorized the people, as Caucasoid, Mongoloid, Negroid, and all this stuff here. And that's what they call colorism. So John Blumenbach is the father of colorism. So when you say you black or you say you white, you basically taking him as your father, even though you may not know it. That's right. And so this word entered all literature based upon his scientific, expression. And so when you say black people, now let's get into what it really means over here. Because a lot of people don't know. I'm finna tell you something you never heard, brother. The word black was used in England. The word white was used in England, and they didn't have nothing to do with a race of people. This is coming from a book. This is my source called Ancient and Modern Britons. They'll tell you that black was a status and white was a status. So if you was on the bottom of the totem pole, it didn't matter what color you was considered a black man. You see what I'm saying? If you look just like us and you was on top, you was considered a white man. So that's what they brought over here into our construct in the West. We the bottom of the totem pole, so they consider themselves white man. It ain't got nothing to do with your complexion. It's the condition that we was placed in. And that's why when you hear stuff like in our questionnaire where Noble Drew Ali say, well, black according to science means deaf. What was he talking about? One portion of science deals with political science. Our brother Zion Warren can tell you this. In the law of dead letter, when they say dead letter law, this is called the law of vagrancy, vagabond. This was implemented when they came up with what they called the black code laws. Do you know they got black code laws that were implemented first under Queen Isabella and King Ferdinand? They were implemented in 1685. From these black codes, they became Black Code 1865 when there was supposed to be an emancipation. So when they emancipated the so-called slaves, they came up with the black codes to keep us in check. You know what those laws were? Black man ain't got no business being out the door at a certain time of night. So if you wonder why this type of stuff is where you can go out the door and the police harass, because they still dealing with you under them laws. You ain't got a right to marry. Towns. That's right.
Sunset towns.
Sunset town.
You can see the signs when you drive on the city roads of Arkansas.
That's right.
Up in the Ozarks.
That's right. And this is literal law, Christian black code. Somebody put it in it. That's right. So when you say black according to the science of law, under that, you consider property. You consider dead under the European law by that time, that terminology. Let's go into science. When you get into spiritual science, right? Spiritual science now, most of the time when it talk of people going into a state of darkness, we say, well, darkness is something where one is in their lower self. The demonic spirit is overtaking them. When they say you're walking in the light, then you're walking in divinity. That ain't got nothing to do with color of your complexion. It's the nature of your spirit. That's why they call magic evil. That's why they call white magic good. Me personally, I don't get involved in neither one of them. You know what I mean? But I'm just saying this is where these titles come from. So they would say your heart is filled with blackness. And that's why the European put that connotation on us, because they define their dictionary in this word, this color. Everything black was something evil. Everything white was something good. You see, so they made themselves the white man. That's why Nova Drew Ali said, you know, what is the title that Satan sometimes give himself? And the answer was God. You see, you know, then it asks about, you know, it tell you white mean purity, purity mean God, God mean the ruler of the land. Wasn't talking about a European. It was talking about a spiritual state of consciousness. When you in a good state of consciousness, in a pure state of mind, a clean state of mind, you are the representative of God on earth, because he made you according to the Old Testament. And even in the Quran, if we want to go in both books, he said you was a caliph in the Quran, you was a caretaker. You know what I mean? In the Bible. In other words, man was supposed to be a representative, you know, a vice regent of God on earth, bro. That's what it really boiled down to. And you can be that when you got a pure mind. If your heart is full of darkness, evil, you can't be that. So that's why he said black according to science mean death in those aspects. In the law, you're dead. Spiritually, you're dead. So this is, we got to be careful about these terms. Now, we get into nationality. From a grand measure, also, where is a flag on earth that you call black flag unless you're dealing with a roach can?
Damn.
You know what I mean? You can't find no. Hey, you ain't gonna find no flag out there. That's the only one we know, a roach can. You know, show me a black flag nation. Right. Show me a black flag nation now.
Did brother Yashar get to introduce himself? Go ahead, General. General, go ahead, man. He just popped on.
Yeah, go ahead.
Shalom, family. Tanks on the ground. Source up or shut up. Commander
Shalom up.
Representing West Coast, Los Angeles, California. Yeah, man. I'm definitely here. I got a couple of questions for Apostle. You know what I'm saying? Once everybody finish doing what they doing. So I'm gonna kick back and get this message.
Hey, I seen you on Sarnetta turning up. I said, hey, that's the only way to go out. That's the only way to go out, man.
Yeah, man. And I nowhere from the time that I met him in LA, right, the time that I jumped in to
one
ask
time
a couple of questions, have I ever gang banged, said any type of affiliations of what I used to be with or whatever the case might be. So I don't know where he get this gang banging Hebrew shit from. You know what I'm saying? But you know, that's what clowns like to do. They like to tag people with shit that ain't got nothing to do with them. So
Right, because
A lot of that might come.
that time you came on with you and your family. Remember we were doing that show? You showing all your kids and all that.
Right.
You know, you was decorum and everything, man. So I
Right.
don't know why he just flipped the script on you. But that come with the game because you know he was going against Yara, so that's all that was. He knew you were there to support him. Yep, yep. But we want to get into we're gonna get into this Unc West demonstration, huh, Commission?
Oh yeah. We definitely finna go into it. And I wanna before we go into this here, so people know my position too, because you've been trying to get me to tell them the last couple of days, Judah. I want to show them what it is that I represent, so they have no misunderstanding. I'm not a member of the Moorish Science Temple. You know, we're not a religious.
Excuse me for a minute.
Okay, go ahead, Apostle.
All right. No, go ahead. I'm leaving. I'm leaving the room.
Okay, brother. Yes, sir.
Yes, I also wanted you to go, brother. I also wanted you to go into this self-determination
yes,
thing
sir.
that you're
That's
talking
what I'm
about.
Do right now.
Because this is the total opposite of what we Israelites have as a solution for Black people. But go ahead.
Yeah, I'm gonna go into that for you, my brother. I'm finna do that right now. Let me do this. I'm finna share the screen for you, so you can get a grand drawing on where I'm coming from. Okay, because I want you to know exactly where I'm coming from, and you don't get a misunderstanding based upon the people you done seen in the past. Because we totally different, bro.
Yes, we are, because as Israelites, we're talking about taking over this planet. So what are you talking about?
Okay, let me show you this right here. Okay. Give me 1 second. I'm trying to open this up. I'm going to give you exactly what I'm talking about. Okay. Yeah. All right. This is the website. You know what? Y'all ain't never, I'm going to do it. This is the best way I can give it to you. I'm going to let you hear this real quick. A skip it of this right here. This is my
do that, you good Bible reading people. Huh? Why would you do something like that? Why would Satan give himself the title of God? To fake you out, right? Okay. So does the white mean purity? Purity means God. And God means rule of the land. So he called himself white. Meanwhile, he called everybody else something other than white. Okay? So he was cloned. He was originally designed to be a robot, a slave. There was one problem. By us being gods, we could not give him a center. A center is the source of all melanin. Okay? You know that? You know what I'm saying? Yes, sir. That pigment. You must have a spirit in order to sustain pigment. That's the source. Okay? So we could not give them. We give it. They used to look just like us. That's a sun kiss. They would look like a raisin. They were so ripe. They were the same hue on both sides of the hand. They were just blessed. But by them not having a spirit source, they could not sustain the hue. And as a result of that, they developed diseases. The greatest of these are called leprosy, which withdrew the pigment from the skin and left them pale. Skin. Okay? And it became so diseased and disordered, we had to move them into a penitentiary where they could be locked away from humans without affecting them. That place was named after one of the African gods called Europe. Why is it that all the rest of the continents begin with A except for that penitentiary? It was bound on one side, on the north side by the Arctic, on the west side by the Atlantic, and knowing they couldn't swim. Okay. On the south side by the Caucasus Mountain in the Mediterranean. That's right. Now here comes the real good part. I hope y'all got the seatbelts on. Yeah. On the east side, it was held down by peninsulas until they ran to another part of the continent. So some of our other children, called Chinese, they built a wall over 2,000 miles long, 30 feet high. It's like a have you ever wondered about all penitentiary walls are 30 feet? You know what about that? Ask people in China. They built the wall 30 feet high with shot towers every so often. That's right. Right. You ever seen the Great Wall? Okay. It was designed on the east side to keep them from coming any further. Okay? So that made it a complete penitentiary. And it stayed that way until that boy Moses, went up there acting crazy. Got to sharing the blessings out of Egypt. Do you know that all prophets got their blessings out of Egypt? I'm talking about from Adam all the way to Drew Ali. And that includes Muhammad. Okay? Those who did not go to Kemet to get the blessings, the education, all right, then Kemet sent an angel to them. That angel is an adept of African descent. I'm an angel. I'm so afraid of number one. If you look around, there's angels all around you. He's blessed, okay. So the angel that taught Muhammad, it took him 23 years. They call him Jibril. How many of you are into Islam anyway? Anybody? Don't commit yourself if you're not sure. Because you may not know what Islam really is. You will before the night's over with, though. Okay? But it took a Kemetian Adept 23 years to teach Islam to Muhammad. And once Muhammad finally got it down to a science, he said, I have perfected for you this day your religion. I'm going to call it Islam. Because he was able to transliterate from the Kemetian language into their Arabic, it was Arabic language, okay, the teachings of the ancient ones. And that's what he wrote the Quran with. It came all out of Kemet. Okay? So did Abraham, Solomon, David, I could run up and down the line, it don't matter. If they were the prophet, they got their teachings out of Egypt. Okay? Except for one people. Never had a prophet, including Levi. You know, the one that wrote the Korean Gospel of Jesus the Christ. Can you imagine that? Let's think about that for a minute. Someone gonna sit around and write an Korean Gospel about a Persian master, and they call him Jesus. And we accepted it because we didn't know no better. We were knocked in the head so hard, we didn't know what was going on. Okay? And we accepted any kind of God because what? You must remember the original law of the Mayah said you should not serve no God outside of the self or that God will enslave you. That's the real law. Oh, I'm sorry. You're talking the 10 Commandments. That you have no God before. But that's what you're doing, right? That's not the way it was left Egypt. That's right. That's right. When know thyself, what it said then was, you should have no God, serve no God outside of the self. That's what it said. Because if you did, that God would enslave you. It ain't but one God is in you. Okay? Now, I know you're going to put the cross on me and call me blasphemy and stuff. But we gave a challenge to Oregon. And again, I want to extend much honor to the souls of Oregon because they invited us back again. We was here about a year ago, 2 or 3 of us, Sister Black Faye, and my wife Aisha, and myself, and Brother Kenny. He's been working tirelessly. That brother, he's the result of everybody being here right now. That's right. That's right. Yeah. That's right. So I want to extend much honor to Brother Kenny Porter L. Also, the brother that has been assisting him, Brother Rashid, the two of them. So, and the message that you're going to receive tonight is one that you don't have to worry about it anymore. Okay? You don't have to worry about nothing anymore because you're here. Okay? You are the return of the ancient ones. Okay? You don't have to borrow nothing no more. You don't have to steal nothing no more. None of that. Everything you got from here is yours. Okay? The flag, that's yours. It's not the flag of Morocco, but it's got the 5-point open green star of your forefathers. The star alone was over 10,000 years old. I'm sorry. Did I say that? Over 100,000 years old.
That's right.
Okay? The star itself is just as old as the fallen man itself because the open star represents God in man. Okay? The open star. Now, if you notice this flag right here, it's got the 5-point stars too. See? 50 of them. 50. But every last one of them is closed. A closed star lets you know that there is boundaries. There's jurisdiction. There's limitations. Okay? That's why you got 50 of them. Okay? Each one represents a state. But the one that represents Oregon can't interfere with the one that represents Texas. Because Oregon ain't got no jurisdiction in Texas. That's why it's closed. Only Oregon can use it. Okay? But the 5-point open green star, which it's like a circle. Once you put the pin down, you have to pick it up no more until all 5 points are completed. Each point at each interval represents 72 degrees, a maximum efficiency times 5 gives you 360, a completion. Okay? There is no limitations, none. There's no boundaries. Why? Because you can't put boundaries on love. You can't put limitations on truth. Okay? All right? So you're not going to find peace in a closed environment at the barrel of a gun. Okay? And freedom is always in the heart. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay? That's why the star is really God and man. As above, so below. Take a look at that flag. And I want you to hear the words of Noble Drew Ali, with whom we are all here for. Okay? Noble Drew Ali described, he said, well, what kind of flag is the Moorish? Red flag. Okay? Now, I want you to listen very carefully with his questionnaire. And we do have these, you can get this, a couple bucks right there. Okay? And the questionnaire says, what kind of flag is the Moorish? A lot of Moors will raise the flag of Morocco, talk about it's a red flag with a 5-pointed green star in the center. But let me tell you more something. That's not the Moorish flag. It's the flag of Morocco, true. But Morocco and Moorish are two different things. Okay? You are Moorish.
That's right.
Okay? Morocco turned their back on you. Sold you into slavery. Under the Mohammedan rule that they call Islam, as taught by the Arabs, they call themselves Sunnis and Sufis and Shiites and things. They were selling.
Yes, sir. So that's the teaching of what we teach. That's the chairman speaking, the founder of the government. But we here to teach our people, again, freedom is within man, bro. Everything you seek is in you. It ain't coming from outside of the self. You got to go within the self. So that being said, we're going to proceed on because we came here to demonstrate an address. And I thought it better let you hear from the horse's mouth because ain't too many people really heard from my chairman. That man been on the manifest 50 years teaching. And when he went forth and wrote our Declaration, Proclamation of Status, he put the Hebrews in there. He put, those in the NOI, all the organizations, the New Wabians, and all of that. And our proclamation declaration was accepted in 2005 by the United Nations. And they told us, go and get your men, women, and children. You have everything that it is to need to become a government. We've been waiting on you for 60 years. You see? Now go get your men, women, and children, a tally and a census, and form yourself and formulate a government. And so that's what we trying to call our people in. Ain't got nothing to do with, again, the religiosity. As you seen the brother tell you what the Arabs did. So when people go to saying, oh, the Moors enslaved, no, you talking about the Moroccans enslaved our people. You see? And just like we go into the history, I was telling the brother, it was the Moors that ran the Arabs all the way back over into Saudi Arabia. You know, Jabal Tariq, you know, General Tariq, he was fighting against them Arabs. You see, only time they came together when it was time to fight the European. You see, but other than that, and that's where the European began to put the term more upon both groups of people. But prior to that time, it really referred to the people that came out of Mauritania, the Mari people. Morocco, you know, and Mauritania is two different places. They did put them together, you know, in one time in the regions, but in certain aspects, they didn't include them on certain maps, you know, because they wasn't always considered together. Mauritania is far more ancient than Morocco. Morocco just came on the manifest later under some of the original people of Mauritania. Because after the kingdom of Mauritania was engulfed, so to speak, there came the Almoravids. And then there came what they call the Almohadidun, the Almohadis. And it was these who established their own brand of what they was teaching, and most of their teachings was esoteric. They came out of Kemet under Dual Noon. You see? So there's a difference between the two. So when you hear people talking about more of this, that's Eurocentric philosophy. That's false. You see? I just wanted to say that. So at this time, we're going to go ahead and run this video right here so that we can move forward. But I want to let
is there any way I can ask a question or make a comment?
You can before I go forward.
Oh, okay. All right. So what I wanted to say is, you know, you shared your leader and you shared a few words and all that, but none of that can compare to what we have as Israelites in Deuteronomy chapter 28, verses 1 through 14. And I would like to read it afterwards, because what you're talking about is not true freedom and real justice for all Black people. That's what we're talking about, the real thing here.
I just told you who the Black people was, but all is well, brother. Go ahead, brother Apostle.
Yeah, Mike, hold on for a minute, because, okay, if I share this, okay, my words, not sharing the screen or nothing, okay? When you go to Genesis 1:26, there's a creation. That creation is spoken. In Genesis 2, there's a different creation. Everybody that lives, everybody that comes from the earth is a Moor. Don't get trapped by that. That word Moor means from the earth. Those that were created in 1:26 did not come from the earth. They were spoken into existence. Let us make man in our image. Male and female created he them. Male and female created he them. Adam was not created male. The female was in him when he was created, pulled out of him later. After he had been created, after he named the animals, God saw that he was alone and saw it wasn't good. Put him to sleep and took a woman out of him. But that man came from the earth. If you look in the Black Law Dictionary, look up the word Moor, and it tells you from the earth. Okay, that includes all of us that are created from the earth. That has nothing to do with our religious beliefs, whatever. We are Israelites because our father name is Israel.
Facts.
We were Moors before we were anything.
Facts.
That's not talking about I'm not talking about the Moorish religion or giving his philosophy or idea any credence or giving any validation to the guy that just finished speaking. I'm just saying, physically, as a human, we were Moors.
Facts.
Because we come from the earth.
Right.
We belong to this land.
Right.
There are species that don't belong to this land. Everybody you see today is not all human. The word hue means of color.
Facts.
So let him make his presentations. And then we'll properly be able to deal with him rather than dealing with him in parse.
That's right.
Well, before you go, Kemetian,
that's right.
Before you go, I want to make a statement.
Because
it was something that in the video I heard about
yes, sir.
from your elder when he stated that we get all of our information from Kemet.
That's right.
Okay. So what I want to do is I want to read a little something. It's not going to take long at all.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, brother.
And this source is dealing with Melchizedek, right? That's what the source is mainly about. But in the meat of the information is breaking down our priesthood, and it's giving us a look from our father Adam to Noah, right? And then from Noah, or we could say Shem, to the coming of the Messiah. All right. That's what this source deals with. So I just want to bring out a little something that goes before Egypt was even thought of. All right. So this is what this information says. It says Jewish historian Josephus stated that God revealed to Adam there would be times of an apostasy followed by a destruction of the earth. Adam recorded this in his testament. We do not have the testament of Adam in its entirety from the Dead Sea Scrolls, but we have fragments of most of the testaments. Okay. Adam testified that the destruction would happen once by flood of water and once by fire, but apparently he was unsure which would occur first. Now, the reason why I read that is because a lot of people like to say everything started with Egypt. Well, according to, information that a lot of brothers and sisters don't tap into, we were having books, we were having scrolls, we were having writings from our own people way before Egypt existed.
True.
One more thing I want to point out. A lot of brothers don't like to deal with the first book of Adam and Eve, but as you just heard me read,
I read it.
Right? That book, not its in entirety, as I just read, can be found in our ancient records. So take that into consideration before you start dismissing anything. All right. This is just for the listeners. And it's the last thing that I'm going to read from that source. And then I'm going to hand it back to you, Kemetian. This is talking about the pre-flood, right? It says, according to the ancient sources with an S, Adam was the first king, priest, prophet. In this chapter, we will trace the history of Melchizedekian priest from Adam down to Noah. Here's their history. Scriptures say that God created Adam. We already understand that. So let me get down to where I want to get to. And it deals with this right here. Excuse me. Okay. After Cain murdered Abel and fled, it was obvious that neither of them would be the next Melchizedekian priest king. When Adam was 130 years old, he had a son whom he named Seth. This would be the Jewish year 1:30 a.m. Seth was righteous, but there was no indication that Seth was to be promised Messiah or the next king of righteousness. So what I'm showing you is the passing of the priesthood, right? The passing of the righteous words of the Most High on how we're supposed to conduct ourselves. And you can find this information in the laws that we kept before we got to Kemet in what they call the Noahide laws. Noahide laws. Okay.
That's the covenant of Noah.
Right, absolutely. So whenever you guys get a chance, tap into the sources that I just mentioned if you can remember. But that's what I just wanted to touch on real. Just to let the family know that we had some information before we got to Egypt. And I'm not taking nothing away from Egypt and all of the goodness that it helped us with along the way. I'm just making a point that we are not a dumbed down people. We're not docile. We're not ignorant, right? And it wasn't the fact that we had to go to another people in order to learn or become civilized. I yield the mic.
Okay.
I have both.
All is well. All is well.
The book of Adam and Eve.
Now,
both volumes.
I got it. I got the books over here too. Now, what I would say to that, my brother, is when it comes to what the elder was saying, because he actually got breakdowns on it in his book. When he said all teachings come out of Kemet, a lot of people don't know Kemet had a prophet that was sent to them, and I mentioned that in the discussion that we have now on the video. And that messenger, unbeknownst to many, was Enoch. He was sent to the Egyptians, which means they had the truth and they deviated later from that. You see, a lot of people don't know that, and I got information that back everything I'm saying. But before Kemet, there were records indeed before Kemet as well. You see, but the records that I have, they come through the line of the Emerald Tablets of Tehuti, and they are not made up. The Emerald Tablets of Tehuti is actually line in line with the book of Enoch. If you know them, if you read the book of Enoch and you studied the book of the Emerald Tablets, you will see the only difference is the wording. When he speak of the seven, those Elohim, Tehuti speak of the seven spirits. Both of them speak of visions and sitting in the place of the Most High and being able to see the secret things of how things came into being and how things would be destroyed, so to speak. The different beings that came down, the Nephilim, the giants, both of them address the same thing. And I'm actually working on, a measure now to show comparative research between these, which that has never been done. But it is universally accepted that Enoch, who was known as Aknuk, in the proper text, Hanach, some people say, but that individual was their messenger. And he created the first calendar that's known, from the biblical aspect. That calendar, Enochian calendar, is rooted in the same Kemetian calendar, the true one, not the European version of it. And how they broke it down, it was based on a 360-day, 60-day cycle, so to speak. Then the Europeans, when you get into their measure, they took from that, building off the 5 deities. And I see you got the cipher over there, brother Apostle. So all this history really ties.
Just showing the book of Kemet.
Yes, sir. That's right. I already know. And that's salute. And so what I'm saying is, the information we demonstrate is to bridge the gap. This is the realness of it all. The original teachings that were there became distorted when the invaders came in. And those people known as the Hekakasut, before they were known as that, they were known as the Amu. You see, the Amu is a people that was always contending with the Egyptians. And they were also a people that were known in certain cases as the Keta or the Ketasar. You see, these were the people that was going, they always went back and forth. And a lot of, way before the 16 and 17 dynasty. So when you speak of these teachings that they had, most of the doctrines can be traced back All of the stuff that you see, it was taught therefore as universally, and organized before everything else manifested. Now, there was a different teaching sent to every people based upon the one that came to them, because everybody wasn't in the same condition. For example, just like if God seen a people that was dealing with a bunch of idol worship, then the message that he would send to that people is to make them go away from idolatry. The prophet that will come, if they like poetry like the Arabs, they was into that air. He revealed a message to them that appealed to eloquence in order to wake them up. You see, but we never should think that God didn't send a messenger to everybody, because he said, just dealing with Israel, he chose Israel, but he said that Ishmael will beget a great nation, which they came through the Egyptian line as well. It was the Egyptians that actually honored our brother Ibrahim. This was the contact when the chairman said all prophets went into Kemet. He was referring to Abraham. We know for a fact he went there and he was honored. Joseph went there. They were still under those who actually honored the Most High. And the book of Jasher actually bear witness to that as well. I got it over here. Very good book.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean?
Hey, Kemetian, do you know, not to cut your bill, I'm just trying to add to what you're saying. Do you understand and know that that so-called Egypt, ancient Kemet, was a part of the lot that Shem pulled?
Well, they was all one people.
According to the book of Jubilees. Because see, what I'm bringing up is the lots. And the reason why the lots are important is because now we're talking about the landmass that was Shem's, the landmass that was literally Cam's, aka Ham, right? And Yefat, right? So when you understand the separations and the borders, unlike the borders that we see today, within the borders of Shem, right? We talking about from what we understand the Most High gave us all the way to what we call Central Africa, Northern Africa, all the way to the west where the sunset, which is where we are, where I'm at right now, which is California. Did we actually make it over here and claim the land? I don't believe so, because of everything that was going on, the separation and all these other different things. But when you talk about what's in our records, the lands that was in our record, Kemet was allotted to Shem. This is why Mizraim, this is why those that were in the land of Egypt were majority Shemites. This is why you see the Shemites being in rule literally first when you talk about who was actually in rule in Kemet. Are you?
Okay. And I'll say this right here to you, brother, in regards to dealing with that. See, we have been given the teaching in the West that Ham, Shem, and Japheth, I'm talking about at the root, was some white man, black man, Chinese man demonstration, right? But in all actuality, they was really all melanated people. And so I got texts that'll tell you Shem and Kim was the same people. You see? So that's neither here nor there. But what I will say is that there was a covenant that was made with the line of Shem. And there was also a covenant that was made later with the line of the Kemites. Because Kemet, people don't know the word Chem actually is the root word from whence Ham derives. It's K-H-A-M-R. You see?
That's why I use
K-H, and that's where it's really Cam. And we say Ham because that's the way they teach it. So Cam was the father of Cush. You see? He was the father of Mesra. You see? He was the father of Put and Canaan. And from these lineages, they all was allotted particular city. They was great in their own way, to be honest with you. They all went on to build great civilizations. From Nimrod himself being a mighty hunter, so to speak, you know, all the way going into the Mesopotamian, Sumerian civilization. See, when people say that, you know, Sumeria is older than Kemet, you know, and they say, well, this is older than that, they have a misunderstanding because they can never be older than their father. They're saying they're trying to get into it being older than Mitzrayim, because Mitzrayim is the son of Cam. You see what I'm saying? But when you get into the actual aspects, most scholars will say, well, they came into existence at the same time. You know, or some will say Kemet came before that, based on the source. But what I will say, Cush spread their seed far and wide, very much in ancient time. That's why at the root of before the Arabs was in Saudi Arabia, it was Cushites there. They call them Asiatic Cushites, certain people that write it. You see what I'm saying? If you go into Yemen, just the whole peninsula, if you go into India, if you go on the Nile Valley civilization, it was Cush that was really spreading out. They did a lot of the civilizing.
Right. Nimrod ruled in Babylon a long,
that's
hundreds
right.
of years.
That's right.
Nimrod lived. Nimrod was found to be killed. If you read Jubilee,
that's right.
Yasha, Nimrod was killed by Esau.
That's right.
Esau.
That's right.
So Nimrod lived a long time, and he received Adam's garment from his father. Right. His father, Cush, stole it and stole it from Adam. From Noah, and gave it to his son Nimrod.
Yeah, it speaks on that too.
That's where the separation came in. I understand what you say, Kemetian, when you say all three of the brothers are the same people. There's no separation. There's no misunderstanding in that. The separation came in with the covenant that came from the Most High.
Right.
That's right.
That's
right.
It's the same thing when we deal with Esau and Jacob.
That's right.
You see what I'm saying? It's the covenant that separates us. It's not they being a whole different nationality than us.
Right. That's right.
No.
That's
Japheth had the same problem that Noah had. Noah was born, I would say, like an albino. He had a blemish in it, according to Jubilees and according to Enoch. When Noah was born, he frightened his father. His father ran to Enoch to get advice because he thought he was a product of the gods, the fallen ones. Okay, it says it right in the book of Enoch, 105, chapter 105. And Japheth was an albino the same way. And when albino breeds together, that recessive gene anytime two recessive genes come together, it becomes a dominant gene.
That's right. That's right.
That gene becomes dominant.
That's right.
So that's two recessive genes. So if Japheth had descendants that were, if he produced albinos and they themselves begin to breed among each other, like normally they probably did. It's like Abraham married his father's daughter. That would cause that gene to become a dominant. And as soon as Japheth or Esau went into the Horites, who is the Neanderthal, the troglodyte nigger from Mount Seir, and began to breed with them, he produced more of what wound up turning out to be Romans, Greeks, English people who are Idumean, Esau. Not all, because Esau also bred with the Canaanite. That's how the Canaanites who were black became mixed with white also, because they didn't mix. And even Ishmael, two daughters married Esau. Two Ishmael daughters. So you can track that, and you can see how Idumean spread and why they are not totally, I'm gonna say it, human. They are hybrid.
That's right. And so
before you go, Kemetian,
in the line, hold the thought real quick. In the line of that, I just want to say this. This is what we pushing over here in the lines then. Israel had their covenant. We all honor that. But we know the Most High made covenants with other people, and most of our people are disingenuous when it comes to that. The Noahite covenant, for example, in chapter 9, when he talked about a perpetual covenant, right?
Means forever.
That was perpetual. That means forever, right? That's for the Noahite. That's actually what the Hamites come at, those who abide by. But then you had also the covenant of the circumcision. You see, that was a covenant, where the Ishmaelites came in, or even those who were circumcised. You see, that's where they come in at. But then he also talked about how he would punish Egypt, send a perverse spirit amongst them and bring them out of that state. He would send them a redeemer. You see, some people say that's Alexander the Greek. No, it wasn't. Moses wasn't sent to the Egyptians. He was sent to deliver the lost sheep of the house of Israel. You see what I'm saying? So the Egyptians had a redeemer that would come to them, But when you go, this Isaiah 19, by the way, and he said at this time, and this was after they had all been enslaved, because the Hyksos had invaded, took over, usurped the throne, and started worshiping the sun and everything else. That happened to them because they went out of law. So they was chastised. So when the Israelites and the Egyptians had been enslaved, it said the Assyrians would come out with them. And that's when he said, blessed be Egypt, my people. He spoke of Assyria as work of my hand and Israel my inheritance. So this shows that Yah said he will smite Egypt and heal it. But a lot of people overlook that. He even spoke out in saying Ethiopia would stretch out its arms to me. He even spoke of, a lot of people get into the Gentiles being brought in. They believe in the New Testament. I see the Most High giving everybody an opportunity, regardless of the fact that he chose Israel. Because the Quran even say Israel was the chosen. I'm talking about go through the whole book. He split the Red Sea for you. That's why they call the Quran the book of remembrance, the book al-Zikr. You see, in Malachi, they said a book of remembrance would be written. But anyway, they call Quran that because it reminds the children, it's appealing to the children of Israel. People don't know that because they've been taught to go against it. But it's saying, remember, when Moses, was given manna and quail from the heavens, and you still disbelieve, he split the rock in front of you, made it flow forth with water. Then it went on saying, which one of the favors of your Lord will you deny? It's basically saying the same thing the Bible was saying. Well, Moses done led you through the wilderness, but some of y'all still hard-headed. Some of y'all ain't gonna make it to the promised land. And so the Quran was really reiterating that. It came as a support of the Torah, so to speak. But a lot of people don't know that. And so when you look at him saying that, he say, oh, for Isaac, he would, I made my covenant with him. But at Ishmael, I've heard you. He would become a great nation, beget a great nation. Now, if you go into the math of it, you had 12 princes from the line of Isaac and 12 from Ishmael. 12 and 12
is crazy, man.
Yeah, 12 and 12 is 24. God at the center of them brothers, that's 25.
Hey, JJ.
2 and 5 is 7.
Put that up. Put that chat up from Akhenaten.
Oh, yeah, that's my brother there.
Yeah, put that up.
Yeah, that's my brother.
I must be misunderstanding that. I must misunderstand it.
Yeah, that's my brother, Shabbat Bey.
Karima, can you put that up?
Yes. Shout, yes.
Yeah.
Shout screen.
It's some history given in regards to dealing with
Akhenaten Ali, the holy prophet, said, Yeah.
That's
from Chicago.
That's what it is. Noble Drew Ali was said to have reached down in the dirt in Chicago and found the ancient relic that belonged to Queen Netha. Okay. And basically what it was, Queen Netha was in the line of that of Candace and so forth. She was actually of Saba, of the Cushites. Okay. If you go and read the history. And he was basically referring to that relic being found over there in Chicago. Yeah, but no, he could have worded that the pharaohs in Chicago.
Yeah, he could have worded that different.
She fought him.
He lost me on that one.
Yeah, she fought him in Egypt. Yeah. So but that's my brother though. He a good brother. Right. Yeah, that's what he meant though. But yeah, all is well, family. That's the thing, all them covenants that I mentioned, You know, if we believe in Yah, you have to honor the fact that he did that. It don't take nothing from Israel to acknowledge that. But so we don't just reject something that God said because we feel some type of way, because it ain't gonna take nothing from Israel. Israel was the chosen. Everybody know that right there, you know. But the fact is that he made covenants with other people also. And our family over here, we trying to teach them to be able to recognize that so they can see where we are able to come together. That don't mean you got to mix your doctrine with this doctrine or none of that. That don't mean you got to follow what this person, but realize that there was a path given to everybody. Or we say to each is a path that God turned them. You know, no matter where you are, you come there. You say 4 + 3 = 7. You know, he say 5 + 2. He say 6 + 1. But we can all come back to the same conclusion. It's 7. You see what I'm saying? If it make you better, if it make you good, it's good for you. You know, if you come from different tribes, you was created in different tribes that you may know one another, not that you may despise one another. If it was meant for us all to be one at this time, you know, then we would have been that already, unless it was meant for us to do the work now of bringing us back into that oneness. You know, and like the brother Pastor said in regards to the name more, the reason why we emphasize more ain't got nothing to do with religion. It don't have nothing to do with trying to push a narrative that deal with religion. You know, more, as he stated, attach you to the land. Meaning in European law, if I pull it up right now, they said that they honored those who used that name. They wasn't considered slaves. They wasn't considered property. You see, but anybody that was considered Negro and all these other titles that were given, they looked at them as slaves. So the term more puts our people in authority over this land right here in the law. And if all our people use that title to claim this land, the United States is over with. And that's their greatest fear, that our people wake up and recognize, because you had Moorish Hebrews. That's where the Israelites come from. The Moorish Zionists.
Hey,
you know,
let me say this.
Brother man, I got a question. I'm sorry. I got a question for you, brother, because I've been waiting for you to break down this self-determination.
Well, I had to ask the other brothers questions, brother. We got into
okay, because
self-determination.
Let me say this, because you know, you shared your elder video and you talk and you've been talking.
That's right.
But I didn't hear
nothing. We've been talking. Go ahead.
Right. We've been talking, but I haven't heard anything from you that resembles true freedom and real justice for all Black people.
Okay.
So can you break down the self-determination and show us how we gonna get justice on those that have oppressed us?
I'm finna show you. Now, again, my response was to the brothers out of respect to what they said. We were dialoguing here. I answered your question, and I answered it that as well. But I'm gonna go back and answer it because you want to know in detail. You want to know in detail. Okay. Let me show you. Right here. I'm gonna show you in detail. And I ain't gonna make it long-winded because we came on here for a different purpose. Listen to this.
Yeah, brother, but you called
me up.
Listen to this.
Right now.
So don't run. Don't run. You're gonna deal with me. You call me.
Listen to this, brother. I'm not trying to debate you right now. Listen, you asked a question, let me answer.
I'm about to turn this off.
What we were told after I told you earlier, this ain't a myth or something to be done. We have already been told to come and get our own people and build a government, right? Building government, family, under what we call divine theocracy, right? This gives you the ability to become your own person. Self-determination has to do with you being a real nation, brother. It ain't got nothing to do with, you getting caught up into the aspects of, a freedom movement as far as dealing with what they did in the past. That's all good. We talking about all of us coming together. So this is what they asked us, the United Nations. They say, is there a unanimous will among your people to be free? Now, we would like to think that there's a unanimous will. When they say it's a unanimous decision, You know, this one was knocked out, and we know he's knocked out. You right? So unanimous will mean, do all of our people want to be free? That's the question that we left with when they asked us that. And we can't say that all our people want to be free. We would like to believe that everybody want to be free. But if they all wanted to be free, then once everything has been established, we'll be on the manifest building right now. Everybody still want to argue. So this is what it said. They said, this is what the European, you know, themselves said. Now, this is going, and this is something that we haven't claimed since 1865, bro. They said we was free as a people then, but we think that meant freedom up under their government, up under their leader. We were supposed to go and build our own nation then. That's why on our medallions, the ones you see us wearing, they say Moorish American nation since 1865. That's before Noble Drew Ali was born. Before Noble Drew Ali ever came here. So we've been free as that nation since then. And it's case law that backed this. Under our brother Abdul Rahman, who was called a Moorish prince, who was defended in the courts of the United States, and he was freed based on his status of being a Moor. This ain't something made up. This is before Noble Drew Ali. So now they say the will of the people shall be the basis and the authority of government. Remember I was talking about that unanimous will, brother? If the people don't have a will that is unanimous, your government is powerless. If the will of the people in the United States wasn't back in the United States Constitution, if they didn't believe in it or make people think that it was the greatest constitution ever written, it wouldn't have the power that it has. You see? So the people is who give the power. That's why you heard people say all power to the people. The power come from the people. That's true. But how have we demonstrated self-determination to break away, become successionists, and build? We give honors to Brother Mighty Hebrew. You know what I mean? Because he's thinking along that line. We spoke to an elder from Israel, and he said the plan that we demonstrate in the Moorish American government is what all the people need to do. They need to get behind the demonstration. JJ been trying to rally brothers up. You know, but they think that we talking about going into religion. They don't see we building government. You see? So it says here, this is what our brother wrote. This is what some of what he sent to them. He said, a divine warning by the prophet for the nations. The citizens of all free national governments, according to their national constitution, are all one family, bearing one free national name. Our brother told you the name that connect us to this land, Apostle. It said, this is where the citizens of Moorish America, who are one family bearing one free national name of Moorish American, receive the authority to live according to the divine constitution of our free national government. Natural citizens are not confined to non-governmental organizations. A non-governmental organization, for example, is the Moorish Science Temple. That's not a government. You see, it's a religious organization. It's not a government. Nation of Islam, even though they say nation, that's not a government. That's a religious organization. You see, when you get into 5%, that's an organization, not a government. That's not taking a shot at them. When you get into Negro Shrinism or Negro Masonry, those are organizations. Those are not governments. When you get into street organizations, you know, they put the term nation on there. Those are organizations. So what we are saying is that when you come into a real government, not romanticizing about it, you have the power to make law and enforce laws for the betterment of your people and your nation. And when we begin to have those conversations, we ain't talking about sitting down. We ain't talking about going up in the European courtroom challenging their jurisdiction, talking about you ain't got no jurisdiction over me like these bogus Moors been doing. That's not the way. You see, we're talking about our people demonstrating as successionists. Enough is enough. Breaking away. We're going to start using our talents that we have. If you're a bachelor's degree holder, master's, associates, you know, if you have them degrees, stop taking it to the slave master and bring it home and utilize it to build your nation up. You see, if you truly who you say you are, if you're an Israelite, then come on up under your government and be an Israelite under your government instead of under the European. If you say you more Science Temple, get from up under that religious corporation and come on up under your government. If you say you new Black Panther Party, that's all good and well. Come up under your government and be the militia that stand guard for that. Because everybody that's saying they this, they that, and that, they still are up under the United States corporations. They still abiding by that instead of coming together. That's the plan that we failing to demonstrate. And that don't take nothing away from us. How you gonna say that this beast is destroying us, is dividing us, and you steady feeding it? You steady paying taxation to it. Because you got to be on it because everybody else doing it. Taxation without no representation, so to speak. You see? He said, only then can we Moorish American nation be, the Moorish American nation be truly free. A whole ancient people with a constitution de jure and accepted intact by the nations of the earth. They done already accept us and recognize us as a government. We waiting right now to get the final answer, just like over there in Sudan, which was one of the most recent to get their independence. You know, before that, Morocco back in 1956, all we waiting on now is the aspect of us being known as a nation state. Because you have to go through the process. You become a member state and nation state, and then you become like any other nation, like China, Russia. And it don't take a whole lot of people. It just take the will of the people that want to come together and they serious about nation building to be free. It said, those who fail to recognize the free national name of their constitutional government are classed as undesirables and are subject to all the inferior names and abuses, mistreatments that their citizens care to bestow upon them. That's what we've been going through. These Noble Drew Ali words. It says, since 1929, the body of Moorish people, whom like their NBC, Negro, Black, and Colored equivalents, has not proclaimed their free national status according to their constitutional government and have found themselves subjugated or subjected to the same fraternal abuses and judicial mistreatments because they have failed to proclaim themselves as a clean and pure nation and live within the jurisdiction of their constitutional government, that they are drawing all mistreatments and evils down upon themselves. The unproclaimed Moorish cannot be distinguished or protected from other persons subjected to the assumable jurisdiction of the 14th Amendment, meaning feigned citizenship. They say you're a citizen, but you citizen enough just to be locked up, to become somebody else's property, and that make your citizenship null and void, because they take your citizenship away from you when you become a felon. So there you go on the dead letter law now. You're a vagabond out there. They use that word when they referred to Cain. It said, this is why all NBC and Negro Masons alike have no sovereign rule over their women and children. And it is a sin for any group of people to violate the national constitutional laws of a free national government and cling to names and principles that deludes to slavery, being Negro, Black, and Colored, EBC chattel property, or otherwise nationless, and stirring a comatose outside of the constitutional fold of the government are sins before Allah, God, whatever name you want to use. It's a sin before God, and crimes before the laws of nature and man. Those who fancy themselves safe while under the oaths, pledges, and memberships of various religious organizations, secret societies, and personal republics are still in violation of the national constitutional laws of all free national governments. Too often, groups not proclaiming your free national name before your constituted government have been misled like bleeding lambs to the courts of lions. They pride themselves in mastering the judicial laws of known constitution, leaves legal trails of paper terrorism, jail terms, and failures. They fail to acknowledge there's only one way and one way only for people to obtain and sustain a free national status. Unless you are a fervent student of constitutional law balanced with a good understanding of metaphysics, you may need to apply a more direct study to this constitutional saving powers brought expressly to free the rejected Moorish peoples. It is not too widely known. The divine constitution alone has the power to emancipate all persons, property, Negroes, blacks, colored people, ETL, currently licensed under the assumable jurisdiction of the United States 14th and 15th Amendments, and into the true citizenry of their own free national government. The 65 words compiling the divine constitution of Moorish America is the most powerful instrument ever written in the history of human family for the ultimate deliverance of a nation. Albeit, the Moorish people must elevate their thoughts from the stagnant graves of mental slavery, accepted nationless existence and self-hatred in order to take their rightful status in the affairs of men. Still due to the magnanimous blow from the setting maul, it may take the prosperous of the mighty Moorish another generation or two before they can decipher their unalienable birthrights and national advantages of freedom nourished from the breasts of their divine constitution. It is about the year 2011, and the Moorish American nation is just the beginning now to come into their own as a people. From here, the wise will find it only to be a breakfast fight. It is up to the will. Remember, I spoke of that deific will, unanimous will. It is up to the will of the Moorish people to open their eyes as a nation to the infinite force of the greatest constitution ever written for the nations of the earth. And he ain't talking about the United States Constitution. No nation can declare free national status without first declaring the validity of their national constitution. And so that in itself says a lot. I ain't even got to go into the birthrights of independence. You can go into this website and find out a whole lot more about what it is that we are demonstrating, but it's all based upon, us building, and we got consulates everywhere. For example, if you in the Hebrew movement and you want to become part and parcel of the government, you can bring your movement or your camp into the government and establish a consulate where you are. Just like you have consulates throughout different states dealing with countries, you become the consul general of that particular demonstration. We got a census right here where people can come and register. We got the numbers of people that's registering every day on this census. This government here website is like 15 years old. This was the update. Let me show you the census registration. You can come register your family because this is what they asked us for. You see, this is all the citizenship right here that has registered since this. Now, there was more before that, but this was a new revamping of the website. Again, that's what? That's 42,952 people in count that have already registered. Like I got people now, I got to report back to the people because they actually register. They send their phone numbers and all this here, then we call them. So we got everything here, family. We even give honors to the lost tribes and show you oneness. That's why I teach our family. We are teaching oneness here, brother. We ain't teaching opposition. We ain't trying to put a religion over religion or trying to convince you to follow man and all. That's why we tell you God is in man. He's at the essence of your being through spirit. We show you everybody that came from, this is a movement. And look at here. This is where the Hebrew movement started from, my brother. You see, it says Black Jews. This is an old thing. It's from the Negro history book. It has some books, if you go look them up, like PDFs that run down all the history from the 1900s, and they got them in volumes. That's where this clip came from. There are a number of Black Jewish congregations in New York City. It says, and elsewhere in the United States, the commandment keepers are said to be the oldest of these sects. It was organized by Rabbi W.M. Matthew, New York City, 1919, at the 15th anniversary of 1934. The founding of the Commandment Keepers and the Negro rabbis were present. The Commandment Keepers, according, it said, to Rabbi Matthew, was the forerunner of all such sects in Harlem. The group, organized in 1919, received its papers of incorporation the following year as the commandment keepers. Rabbi Matthew was the first president, and to this day the only one. 1923, Rabbi Mordecai Herman, now dead, organized the Cushing congregation of Black Jews. His flock was split by dissension in 1925, and soon his church was merged with the Beth Beni Abraham, it says, movement of Rabbi Josiah Ford. And the Cushing congregation lost its identity, and the Beth Beni was a name to deal with until 1929, when Rabbi Herman was halted to the court by Rabbi Ford, charged with misappropriating funds. The charge was dismissed, but the incident divided the flock into two camps. Rabbi Ford departed for Ethiopia, and Rabbi Herman died, and that was the end of the Beth Beni. It says the record of the years which followed is the record of the growth of the commandment keepers, the flock, and then it actually was at the end of it. But this is the Moorish Zionist temple that was established during that same time period. You know, this came after the split of the Canaanite temple, you know, in 1916. And so 1919, not only did they come on the scene, our brothers here, but this brother created his own demonstration as well in 1919. P. Nathaniel Johnson, he called his demonstration the Fahmy Temple of Islam. You know, and he taught a lot of the Adept teachings that Noble Drew Ali teaching, well, he taught in the Adept chamber. Right here, for example, brother P. Nathaniel Johnson said that Noble Drew Ali was Amun Ra, because he was comparing our different leaders to different ancient people. You know, like he compared Toussaint L'Ouverture to Enoch, Idris. Remember I was telling the brother about Idris last night? He compared our brother Marcus Garvey to Bilal, William Crowdy, you know, and, you know, this was his way of teaching. You know, this brother P. Nathaniel Johnson, Sheikh Ahmadine. So this was what the grand meeting when all of them was together. This is when all of them met in New York. You know, and this particular brother here that brought them together in the meeting, he was the one of the reasons why Noble Drew Ali left the Canaanite temple, because he came from Sudan. He was a Mason. Noble Drew Ali was surrounded by Masons and Shriners. And so he had problem in this organization and his other organization that caused the conflict. And so that's led to his ultimate demise as well. You know, if you look down here, you will notice that this one is speaking of the meeting that they had, Dr. Hamid, that I just showed you, and Deuce Muhammad Ali was present, and Marcus Garvey. Deuce Muhammad was his teacher. There was a lot of people here. You see W.B. Du Bois right there. You see Arthur Scumborg, who the Scumborg Library came from. Marcus Garvey right there. See, they was all in this great meeting right here that they had. So, because a lot of them was in them lodges. Noble Drew Ali wasn't a Mason, though. You see, he was Egyptian.
Excuse me, my brother.
Go ahead.
I'm not saying that you got him, but do you remember the question?
I answered your question in what I read.
No, do you remember the question?
The question was, show you, you know, what is it that can be brought forth in order for, a demonstration that was basically showing that it would free all of our people. What solution do we have? That's what you asked me. And I showed you that in the demonstration.
How did you show us a solution when none of those brothers brought about true freedom and real justice for all black people? And the question, brother, the question was, what is real justice for black people? And demonstrate, show us how. Hold on, brother. Let me ask you the question again, and show us how your self-determination will bring about real justice for all black people. And you talked forever and never answered the question.
I answered your question when
Michael,
I read to you, brother.
That is not true.
All right, Apostle. Apostle,
I'm here, man.
Quote word for word what he defined real justice for all black people is right now.
It comes from us coming together.
No, I said apostle.
Our unity. So what you want to debate?
Our unity is not justice. What are you talking about?
So you saying unity is not justice?
Brother.
Let Apostle explain to him what he got out of it. Okay?
Apostle to do it.
Go ahead, Apostle.
Listen, because I got people sleeping and I can't talk.
That's right, brother. So go ahead.
I don't want to try to like out talk anybody.
Mm-hmm.
The plan he presented is a way. If we heed to that plan, come together, don't allow our traditions to separate us, but come together in unity, all of us, regardless of religion, background, and allow us to take on that identity that binds us to this land, because that's where authority comes from, the land, ownership. If we can tie ourselves to this land here in America, the government of America have to, by law, acknowledge it, that we are legal people that have a claim to this land as independent of the United States government, but we have a legitimate claim to this land that we have authority to represent ourselves and no longer put ourselves underneath your authority. See, that's one plan. If you,
but I didn't ask for a plan, brother. Hold on, listen to the question. Listen to the question, brother. Listen to the question.
Don't interrupt me.
No, you're not. You're not listening to the question. Listen to the question. What do you real? Listen to the question, brother. What is real justice for all Black people?
What does the word justice mean to you, brother?
Okay. Because I want you to tell me what is real justice for all Black. You should know.
Justice means to me. You know what justice means to me? The right of self-determination. That's just us. The right.
Okay, listen to this, Apostle. I want you to think about this. You talking about his plan. That plan that he's talking about is garbage. Show me, thus saith Yah in the law and the prophets, to say anything like that nonsense.
Listen to me.
Do it. Show me the book, the prophet, chapter, and verse right now.
Yah. These governments don't recognize Yah. You can't go to one court and stand up in any court and say, on the principle of Yah, I'm claiming self-determination. Not only will they lock your ass up, they put you in St. Elizabeth, because you up there in Washington, D.C.
Well, look what you're doing, Apostle. You're going down the wrong road.
I'm trying to compromise.
Yeah, but your question is off.
No, Apostle, what is your plan, Michael? What is your plan for everybody?
I don't have a plan.
No.
You asked me a question, so let me answer it. Let me answer it.
You did answer. You said you don't have one. Anything else is just.
I'm not finished. I'm not.
You might as well be finished.
You just cut yourself off.
Okay, let me answer the question. Can I answer the question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Eliah Ben Yah, personally don't have a plan. I am promoting Yah's plan. Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 1 through 14. Nothing that brother and his elder, hold on, let me finish. Nothing that brother has spoken in the last 2 hours in the video of his elder even touched on anything that Yah has to say. Facts.
What I'm saying is,
he already stated that it don't have anything to do with religious belief or anything. He's trying to bring us together.
We're not talking about religious belief.
Well, where you gonna get justice from? Where you gonna get
Hold
it from?
on, listen. Hold on, y'all keep talking about coming together. Show me a plain "Thus saith Yah" that's saying what you all are saying and trying to do and planning and working towards.
We're talking about natural freedom.
No, not what you're talking about. Give me a chat. Give me a "Thus saith Yah."
Natural. We're talking natural freedom opposed to
natural freedom, bro. Give me a "Thus saith Yah" where Yah told you to do this.
Well, Yah told
you work for this.
Why do I need to have Yah telling me?
Right. Anyways, stand down. No. Let Kemetian finish, because we ain't got time for no distractions and somebody that don't have a plan.
You're a religious fanatic. You're a religious fanatic. Yeah, muted.
Nothing you present is he going to agree with or acknowledge. He came on here to be
right. Continue.
Yeah, he did. And he tried to act like that wasn't what he was trying to do. You know, I knew that's what it was. That's why I gave him that energy. And see, at least you can be a man and say what it is. We ain't got no problem with you. We ain't gonna go back and forth with you. All we saying is we trying to bring our people together, bro. You know how long Christians, Muslims, and Hebrew been fighting each other over this titleism, bro? And at the end of the day, ain't none of us free. Our people fighting each other. Now you got good brother like Apostle, like JJ, like myself, Mighty Hebrew, that's talking unity, bro. Y'all didn't tell you to come in here and divide. He said, "Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God is one." Y'all said that, if you want to use some scripture. And we believe that Yah is one. So that's all we need right there. We ain't got to get into all the extra, you know, exegesis and all that right there. With that point alone, that's enough to inspire us to build. You see? So we got to look at what we have in common instead of trying to find what divides us. And we've been doing that, bro. So this ain't one of them channels where we religious gang banging over here. We ain't doing that here, brother. I'm sorry. So we're going to keep it moving, you know, in regards to dealing with this, because we kind of got derailed, but it's still good for the bill, because I believe Yah, you know, prompted this conversation, so to speak. Somebody needed to hear it. Even not, if not now, they probably will hear it later. You know, so all I say, brother, is self-determination is when you determine within yourself that you would do for yourself. That's the best way to put it. So if my brother Apostle is a good mechanic, you let Apostle do that mechanic work and get out of his way. If my brother is a good doctor, you know, JJ, you let him do his doctoring and get bring more doctors on the manifest and get out of his way. We have to find our lane in whatever it is that we do, because all of us have talents. Our sister Karima, she got talents. Respect her talent and get out of her way. See, our problem with us as a people, we don't know how to respect each other's gifts. You see, God gave everybody gifts, and we call them gifts of understanding, and they come from the treasures of God. So to try to rob our brothers or sisters of their gift of understanding is thievery from God. You see, we don't have a monopoly over what God put in Sister Karima, what he put in JJ to do what he do. You stay out JJ way and let JJ do what he doing, because God said he do it. And if you get behind him and let nature take its course, then y'all gonna make everything unfold like it's supposed to. You don't get to thinking I'm bigger than JJ, I'm bigger than Karima, I'm bigger than the brother Apostle. You know, you don't do that. That's the problem. Competition have led us to constant division. You see, and that's why we can't get ahead. They do that on Sonetta platform. We talking about unity, brother. So we ain't here to beat you up. We ain't your enemy. I ain't your enemy. I don't know you. You cool with me. I don't feel bad. I ain't in opposition to you for what you said. No matter, even if you came, you know, with ill intent, brother, it's still love. Because I understand, man, our people have went through 400, 500 years of mental slavery. And that's the worst form of slavery that we can suffer under as a people. To where we got shackles on our brains. You see, as opposed to shackles on our wrists and our legs, we got shackles on our brains. So much so to where we fear thinking free thoughts. So much so that we fear thinking along the line of liberating ourselves. We comfortable and content under the foot of this oppressor who had his boot on our neck for over 5 something odd years, they say, right? Enough is enough. So if you don't want to get with the program, then let the ones that's doing it do it, and you sit on the sideline. But don't come in here criticizing and critiquing us when we doing the work. Because if the sister would have asked me what plan we doing, she already know it. Because I've been pushing it for the longest. And not only that, we working. We working, family. That's the thing. What have you doing? What are you doing with your talents? What will your record reflect for your young generation that's coming behind you? Will they know that you were here? Will they look at you like we look at some of our people didn't do what they were supposed to do? These questions we have to ask ourselves. So we got to take us out the equation. That's it. Stop thinking about what we want in the present state and think about them babies in the future that's coming behind us. That's where my mind at. My mind ain't trying to be a show monkey, you know, trying to be seen. I love my people for real, bro. I will drop this garb, this physical body for my people. Really die for my people. I ain't just philosophizing, bro. Up here talking. It ain't what's on me. It's what's in me. You feel me? And I got love for you if you my Hebrew family and you want freedom and you love your people. I got love for whatever you say you is. And I die for my family the same way. But I want to live with my family. I'm trying to live and do this work. You see, and we can only do so much. So that's my measure. But I'm going to move forward, family, and do what we was intending to come forth with so that we can really get some edification up here and some education. But we give honors to you, Michael Smith. I ain't your enemy, bro, and I hope you don't look at any of us this way. So you welcome here anytime, but you'll get it soon enough. Because we didn't just start doing this right now. How long, Kareem, about how long we been vibing in the den? How long I've been present in the den? It's done been about a year, 2 years now, right?
Right, about 2.
About 2 years.
About 2 years.
And the vibration always been the same. One of the main reasons I would get upset is because our people can't see the unity. I don't care about you disagreeing with me. You know what I mean? I'm saying we got to come together. That's it. So hold on real quick. Let me go here. Because I know, Judah, you still there? He probably done stepped off for a second. If he ain't fall asleep. Okay, we're going to start from the top over here.
All right. So, Brother Unc, you in the building. Unc, you in the building. Unc, do you hear me? Who is that playing that? Yeah, who's playing that?
Ain't nobody playing. Man, I can't believe you brought him. He a wild guy, man.
Oh, Apostle?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, ain't nobody believe that shit when he said Nephtali beats. Come on, man. Stop it.
No. I'm saying the apostle forgot that his wife jumped. We was doing the stream, remember? And his wife jumped on, like, take it easy on him. And I promised him from that point on, right? Right. So when we was on the show,
that bullshit. That did not happen, man.
I ain't know he said that.
Yeah, that is not what happened. My wife doesn't even know him, man.
Right.
What happened was,
so he lied.
He was on the program. We were banging, me and Sonetta.
Right.
And this was like 5 years ago, before me and Sonetta ever had a problem.
Right.
My wife had talked to Sonetta on the phone several times. But just him calling the house and her answering the phone. They had conversations, they talked. So they kind of like got to know each other, and she kind of knew him. So one day she overheard Sonetta being disrespectful. So she mentioned to Sonetta, y'all are friends. Respect my husband.
Right.
Pump was on the show, so he wanted to come like my wife was like pleading for them not to beat me up. That's bull crap, man. My wife knew I can't.
That clown over there right now, him in the power live right now arguing.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Suge done popped up on him. He got footage. He ain't gonna be able to take it down. Suge priority record.
She
Yeah,
tearing him
I
up.
know. We gotta get that.
yeah.
She whooping him
Kareem,
again.
all that Suge real quick. You know what I'm saying?
She whooping
But
him again, JJ.
they over there arguing about some bullshit, man.
I
You
got
know,
you.
he disrespectful to her. She gonna leave his old dusty, crusty ass sooner or later. She's getting tired of it, man. He think he can just talk to anybody any type of way, man. That shit gotta stop. Yeah. If he don't expect his own woman, he ain't gonna expect nobody else.
Right. I just wanted to clear up what Unc is saying here.
What did Unc say? I missed it.
He came on to talk. My wife came on and asked them or pleaded with them to leave me alone, not to bang on me so
Unc be
hard.
tripping, man. All right.
Yeah. Unc brought my wife up on Naftali's show because I told Unc that I've never heard him be so humble to the white man before. It shocked me talking about Charles Darwin. And I told him I got 60 quotes up here with Charles Darwin
racist
making racist remarks.
Right.
I got it up here online.
Yeah, 60 of them, huh?
60 quotes.
Yeah, send me that.
Right?
I need that.
I just Google it. Just Google racist quotes of Charles Darwin.
Yeah.
Right.
Google it.
And he on here
Racist quotes of Charles Darwin.
And he want us to disregard him being a racist and still push his
and I told him I was shocked. So then he said, out of respect to my wife, he's not going. I said, why are you bringing up my wife? Because there you go again, trying to say my wife is white. Like I'm following a white woman, but he can't follow a white man. That's the way I received what he said. Because Sonetta know he's talked to my wife. He knows my wife is not white. He's seen her. He's talked to her. And it's just craziness, man. You know, you can't be light-skinned and be black. Well, shit, I must be white too.
Yeah, right. He himself. Unc must be white.
But that's what Unc did. Now Sonetta knows. Sonetta ain't said that no more. But Unc
hey, tell the truth. When you're looking at him right now, he's starting to look like a black face. Like somebody painted him. You know, he look like he genuine us, bro. You sure that ain't no European over there in that? Hey, he get on the scene and he paint himself up a little bit, put some browns or copper on.
Right.
I know he tried to make a difference. Said that he smoked pure cocaine, not crack.
Oh yeah, I remember that conversation.
I don't care how you do it. It's all the same. Yeah. Whether you did it with ether or whether you cooked it up with baking soda, it's still smoking cocaine.
It's still
you're gonna get the same reaction. You're gonna get the same reaction. You're gonna get the same behavior. It don't matter. You know, it don't matter. I don't care if the coke is cut, if the coke is raw. The thing is, if it's raw, you better smoke it. You better all smoking it or snorting it. Don't fire it.
Eyes, he got them eyes over there. He got them pretty wide over there. Like he had
hey, Kemetian, let's get back to the
You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna leave it alone. Next thing you know, you bringing my wife in and he had some other dudes pumping his head at the chatty patty Hebrew, right? I don't believe you ever talk to that man's wife before. I'm like, what? I'm gonna make him pull. We need to pull the tape on that. She dove right in the conversation, saying, "Take it easy on. You know he old."
Right. I remember that. Okay, so we got Kemetian serious right now. He's looking at.
He ain't serious, man. He's dedicated. Look at his outfit, yo. He got every religion behind him, yo. He got the Malachi eagle feathers. He got the hat. He got the patch. You know what I'm saying? Yo mixed all religions in there, yo. He lost his mind, yo. Now, Sunday, we done seen this before, right? So let me get right to what I want to say. Now, we're going to get to the tales that I talked about. So first thing we're going to do is we're going to sort something around this motherfucker, right? Shout out to everybody, man. Shout out to all my supporters, man. Shout out to Sonetta TV, man. You know what I'm saying? It pays a nigga well when it's time. Shout out to you, brother, man. being a good businessman, yo. And shout out to the platform. Without the platform, dude, we don't get a chance to beat up the dedicated pseudos, man.
Who would pay Unc for a damn debate, man? Unc, you lost every debate I've seen.
You know what I'm saying? Shout out to the Raw Squad. Shout out to the Magi Archers, the great Asar Hotep Wuja. You know what I'm saying? Y'all know what it is, man. Let me go ahead and source them up and get out of here real quick. I'm a
they must have gave him this information. And look, they gave him this information.
But it's all fact. And I'm gonna show you. This is how we're going to do.
Yeah, they gave him this information.
Come right here. All right. We share the screen.
And he didn't really do nothing but Google. You're gonna see his sources. This Negro ain't got
you talking about that tail, right? Right.
Look at it.
So let's come to a serious scientific source for a minute. All right, we're gonna go right in. All right, let me highlight this so I don't lose my place right here in the discussion. So I'm gonna move down to discussion. Anybody that ever watched
honestly, can you tell that's a behind?
How to read scientific articles.
It looks more like a belly to me, man.
Exactly.
Right? So here's my source right here. The spectrum of human tails. A report, right, of 6 cases. All right. All right, we're gonna come to the Journal of Indian Association of Pediatric Surgeons. Boom, top-notch source. All right.
That picture looks like a swollen,
right. Now, I'm gonna ease on over the wiki real fast. All right. Easy to read, right? So I'm talking about what?
Look at this fool, bro.
What is this?
Man.
Things that are left over.
You got to see what the people in the comment were saying about
don't necessarily use.
Yeah, I saw that, man.
Okay. That's what the people in the comment were saying.
Bestiality. Now let's go. In the context of human evolution, human bestiality involves those traits such as organs or behaviors occurring in humans that have lost all or most of their original function through evolution. Although structures called vestigial, right, often appear functionless, vestigial structures may retain lesser functions or develop minor new ones. Now, let me go right to what I want to talk about. Okay? We're going to go to the coccyx real quick. The coccyx bone. All right?
This boy don't even know how to say coccyx bone.
Right? Coccyx bone. And I want to do this because I want to show you something. I want to be able to show you before I even read anything. I want to show you because you know how we do around here. All right? A picture's worth 1,000 words, right? So if a picture's worth 1,000 words, we can go right here. All right? I want y'all to take a look at this so y'all can understand. Real simple, it's not hard, right? Sometimes human beings, man, you know, we're human-centered. We think everything evolves around us. So here you go right here. That's your coccyx bone. That's a leftover trait from a tail. It's clear. It's in red. Let me hit it up. There you go. All right.
If that's the leftover tail from a bone, I don't know where it's coming out of your body, but it sure ain't coming out of your back.
But this is
you say it fell off in the womb of our mama.
From when, right? We came from something with tails, no matter what you say. Why is that there? All right, now let me get out of that frame real quick.
Now, if I show, hold up, wait a minute. Hold on. JJ, if I show something like that, what they would call my information?
Pseudo.
Now we're going to read and understand what's going on. All y'all going to merge, turn around, look.
You see where that thing's in? You see that bone?
It doesn't even come out your butt.
It's still in the body.
I mean, it would have to come out your butthole or something, man. Right. If it was to come out the body. What's that?
It's
that thing is so far down in the pelvic, man.
Where they find this guy, man? So now where you getting these people? What the hell? You got that little fairy over there, Chris Harris, who don't bring no information. You got Uncle talking about we come from monkeys. You got Garfield talking about my mommy and my daddy's my God. I mean, you got Jabari talking to mommies. What the hell's going on?
Hey, and then this fool don't know the bone is still in the body.
Bone in the body.
If you as a matter of fact, if it wasn't still in the body, you wouldn't have balance, fool.
All right, let's listen more to this pseudoness. Let's go.
This nigga crazy.
Look, the bone in the body.
There, but it's there at the bottom of the screen. So we got this straight. Now let's go read now. All right. Now, I gave you the source where I got it from, right? So, the coccyx, tailbone, right? It's the remnant of a lost tail, okay? All mammals have a tail at some point in their development. Human beings are mammals, right? In humans, it is present for a period of 4 weeks. Let's say it again. In humans, it is present for a period of 4 weeks during stages 14 to 22 of human embryogenesis. Dealing with the cells and all that. Now watch this. This tail is most prominent in human embryo, 31 to 35 days old. They say the tailbone is located at the end of the spine, has lost its original function in assisting balance and mobility, though it still serves some secondary function, such as being an attachment point for muscles, which explain why it is not degraded further. The coccyx serves as an attachment site for tendons, ligaments, and muscles. It also functions as an insert point of some of the muscles and pelvic floor. In rare cases, okay, congenital defect results in a short tail-like structure being present at birth. So when something goes wrong, when certain genes don't fire off, right, to allow it to fall off, you'll see some people, very rare though, right, they're actually born with that. Now, let me go back to the
Hold up. You caught that, Judah? He said when some genes don't fire off. Uh-oh. So what you saying is, I thought the DNA as it was, we automatically come as an ape, right? So why is it now when sudden things or genes don't fire off? If it's already there, you got monkey DNA and you gonna get the tail anyway, right? So now you making an excuse as to why you don't get the tail, because some genes fire off every now and then and sometimes they don't. Come on now, make
you clearly show in the DNA how the monkey DNA is different, how the chimpanzee DNA is different, how the gorilla DNA is different. You showed
facts.
They got 48 chromosomes. We got 46.
46. Facts.
All right. And you go to Association of Pediatric Surgeons. We go right back to that again. So right here, the visceral tail described as the remnant of a structure found in embryo life or in the ancestral form during 5 to 6 weeks of Enturian life. That means within the embryo. It says the human embryo has a tail with 10 weeks vertebrae, with 10 to 12 vertebrae. By 8 weeks, the human tail disappears. I don't got to keep reading that, right? But this is when it doesn't completely fall off in the womb. You can see the remnant of it.
Remember, he tried to go back on that and say he didn't say it didn't fall off in the womb. So now, where did it fall off in the womb? I want to see some ultrasounds with a monkey tail in the womb somewhere. Man, what's wrong with this man?
I'm looking at these pictures, man, and I'm trying to locate the backside where these things are sticking out. I don't see no behind. I don't see nothing. I can't tell if that's the front, the back, the side.
Man, done went and got some Play-Doh. Or either that or he done got a little baby pig.
Look like a pig tail.
It
looks like a male phalanx. I don't know what it is. I'm having a problem.
Hey, I ain't gonna tell you. You don't want to see what definition they gave to to the Amu. That's too graphic for this right here. You know what I mean? I ain't gonna even tell you what they had to say about that there. Goodness gracious. But they call them troglodytes, though. You know they call the ancient Amu, the ancestors of the Hyksos, they call them troglodytes. Ain't that something, JJ? I got the source right here. I'm gonna show you. I cropped it. This is what I was telling you when I was looking into it earlier. I was doing my research. Watch this. Okay. See, I be telling them I got these sources over here. They think it's a game. Hold up. What is that? Probably went to the next one. Okay, that's the one dealing with the other thing now.
There you go. You just had it up.
You seen it? Not that.
No, go.
You seen it? Did it pop up?
Yeah, it popped up.
Hold up. Let me see.
I saw the word troglodyte.
Yeah, I'm going through it too fast. Hold up. Let me go back the other way. It's right up here. I got a couple of them. Oh, I think it's right here. Is that one here? No, it ain't that one. That's
you go back. No, go back forward. Go back forward.
Okay. Because I just had it.
Yeah, I just keep going.
Okay, there.
No.
No, not
Come
there.
on. One more. Come on.
I got it there.
Come on. Come
okay,
on.
Not there. Let's see. There it go.
Yeah.
There it go right there. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, there it is right there. The Amu. It said this was a term used by the Egyptians to note the Asiatics who tried to invade the Nile Valley in several historical periods. So this showing you that they was constantly trying to invade that area. It used the name Amenemhet, which was the same name the first that I told that brother when I was reading off that other source. But they gave this date in here that they gave was 1991 to 1962 BCE, which go before the 1500 mark. See what I'm saying? And then they actually say this has always been the enemy of the people. It said, described his Amenemhet the first, he described his military campaigns on the eastern border as a time of smiting the Amu. And he also built refurbished the wall of the prince in a series of fortresses or garrison outposts on the east and the west that had been started centuries before to protect Egypt's border. One campaign of in Sinai resulted in more than 1,000 Amu prisoners. The Hyksos, they say, were called the Amu in records concerning the second intermediate period. See what I'm saying? When I say they came to power, and it said Ahmosis in 1550, 1525, the founder of the new kingdom, Ramesses. Remember how I told you these Ramesses was the time of the Hyksos? In fact, in the record, it said that Amor was one that actually killed Ramesses II. I got that as well. It said use the term to designate the lands of Syria and Palestine. It say in the time the Amu, it say were designated as the inhabitants of Western Asia. In some areas, it say eras they were also called the what? Troglodytes. Troglodytes, family.
Yeah.
See it right there? I was trying to blow it up. Let me hit this.
Troglodyte nigger is a cave dweller, caveman.
Hey, show that picture of it.
Oh yeah, I got plenty of them in here.
6 foot chimpanzee looking, monkey looking right there.
I'm gonna show it to you. I'm gonna show it to you right here. Them troglodyte niggas right here. Here they go.
This who Unc said we can't do.
I got a whole file on them.
Yeah.
Wait.
We were not troglodytes. Yeah. They are troglodytes.
Yes, sir. That's who they are. That's what I'm saying. That's the European. We don't claim that foolishness. That's Unc thing. I told you he got that black face paint on, man.
That damn Neanderthal. They trying to clean it up, make it look human almost.
Yeah.
That Neanderthal did not look like the hell they talking about right now.
No, it didn't. You see how I ran down? There was somebody that was loving that when I broke down the dog-headed man and the werewolf and all that there. Because that's where that stuff come from. That theorizing and philosophy. It come from that werewolf and that dog head, Saint Christopher.
Yeah.
Who they had up there with the baby Jesus on his shoulder. Come on, man. Y'all stop this foolishness. You see him right there? The wolf man. All this stuff the European teaching. So all his stuff go right back to that. Now this the troglodytes here.
Wait.
They got the troglodyte here.
Look at it.
See it? Now look at that's Lucifer there. See it say Lucifer. See? Right down there. Lucifer. So he basically saying that he descend from the devil. You know what I mean? Come on, man. Get out of here with that foolishness. So when you look at all these different expressions on here and you get into that atheism, I told this boy that when it come down to it, they standing on one side. They one-stranded.
Right.
And that's why they act like they do. You know what I mean? All they got is an RNA code in them for creation that show that, okay, yeah, you're a portion of creation, but they ain't got what man got, which is a connection between the DNA strand. They don't have it. You know, that's what make us different from them. And this fool running around here talking about the tail fell off in the mama's womb. Come on, bro. Y'all gonna believe that over the God code?
Yeah.
See, I didn't even get into this part right here, Apostle, and show this fool when you get into the gematria and break it all the way down, the words dealing with hydrogen, nitrogen, carbon and oxygen. When you arrange it, it's Hanuk. Huh?
Right.
You see that? Hanuk. That's powerful because it gives you insight as to how him and the prophets were able to transcend the body and be able to, as they say, go into the presence of Yah, because it was already in their DNA. And even Jacob's ladder proved this. Like it said, in the beginning was the word with God, the word was God. See the CT and the AGC? That's right there. That's the God code right there. That's what translates. And you can see the sequencing in it as it's going down. That's why I said that in the beginning was the word with God, and the word was God. That's the YHWH. That's the tetragrammaton.
Right.
That's the word. You see what I'm saying? Right there in man. And so I didn't even go into this part, like I said, with Jacob's ladder right here, because that's a very important measure. When you understand Jacob's ladder and you understand
that two-strand DNA.
That's that DNA. That's why I said, now pay attention to it. He said, and Jacob had a dream about a ladder that rested on the earth with its top reaching up to heaven. And God's angels were going up and down the ladder. See, on the DNA strands, when you deal with the DNA side, it's information that come down. Well, rather go up par itself, and the RNA is coming down. You see, so the angels ascending and descending has to do with actually the process that sustains the body and builds the cells in the body aspect. But as this relates to the creator, this is man's vehicle that actually gives him the ability to exercise his spiritual connection to rise. That's right. So it says they were going up and down the ladder, and there was at the top the Lord. God was at the top of the ladder saying, I am the Lord, the God of Israel, your father. It said Abraham, the God of Isaac. He's showing you your divine lineage.
Right.
It's the divine nature of the Almighty, DNA, divine nature, Almighty. I will give you and your descendants the land on which you now lie.
I'm
your
right
descendants. You see it? He said, your descendants will be like the dust of the earth, and you will spread out to the west and the east and the north and the south, and all the families of the earth will be blessed through you.
We don't know yet. We don't know yet how we shall be made.
Huh?
But we know when he returned, we shall be made like him.
That's right.
Fearlessly. We will take on his continence.
Fearlessly and marvelously thou art made.
That's right.
He said, look, I am with you, and I will watch over you wherever you go. I will bring you back to this land, for I will not leave you until I have done what I have promised you.
That's right.
See? That's a covenant.
So he has to come and redeem us and take us back to the land.
That's a covenant.
After he destroys the land and renew the land, prepared for us.
That's right. Now watch this, Apostle. It's going to get real deep now. It say when Jacob woke up, he thought surely the Lord is in this place. Right. See, he wasn't in a conscious state. He was in what they call sleep.
Yeah.
He said, surely the Lord is in this place.
Yes, sir.
He wasn't talking about something outside of himself.
No. Yeah.
He said, and I was unaware of it. You know, when they say darkness, the light dwelleth in darkness, and darkness comprehended it not.
Comprehended, yeah.
That's exactly what he was saying. He's saying he was afraid and said, how awesome is this place?
Right.
This is none other than the house of God. The gate. This is the gate of heaven. It's within you.
Right. In you.
It's within you.
Your body is the house.
Huh?
Your body is the temple.
Teach.
That's now the only temple that's going to be built here on now.
Facts. That's the one that the temple is built without the sound of a hammer.
Right.
Huh? So when you come here, watch how I go into the Hebrew. So what happened, Apostle, when I found out the God code, it made me say, well, let me find what the word ladder is in Hebrew. And I'm going to go and do the gematria on this right here. So I went and I did, the gematria. I came to the root word salal. Right. Kalal. Right.
Kalal.
Right. And then when I came to that, right, it says salam, a salam. Salam. This is the word they had in root with it. So when you go further into it, you see that it means to lift up, to cast up. It has to do with solal or solal because they got the salam, salal, and from kalal or solal, it says ladder. And then it says a noun masculine, and also it deals with salam, a ladder.
Okay.
You see?
Right.
So now when you come over here in the Arabic, which is like they like to call it sister language, it's musalamatun, hand it over, sound, aslama, to submit, to resign oneself. Right. They say peace, a way to peace, submission. Peace. Right. The only true religion professed by all the prophets, from Adam to Muhammad, Suleiman, diminutive from Solomon, the name of the prophet Solomon, son of David, Suleiman, stairway, ladder, stairs, step means by which one reaches the height. You just said, apostle, it means to rise. Right. It becomes immune to evil and secure. So when you go into the breakdown of this, all these numbers here, you know, if you go into it, 5 plus 2 is what? 7.
5 plus 2 is 7.
Right. 7 plus 1 is 8. You know what I mean? 9 plus 4 is what? 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Then you got, and then you got the 11. You eliminate the 0, you got 2. So when you add all that up, you know, the 2, you know, the 13 and everything, it dwindles down to Abba, or Ab, the father, when you go into the gematria. And so when you look up the word Ab, it means father. So now we have a connection from Ab to the ladder. And then it said that the father was at the top of the ladder. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
Man, this is some powerful stuff when you get into that God code and that gematria, man.
Right.
And this is here. Can't nobody deny it. You see, you can't deny it. You know, and he couldn't. You're going to see when I start building on it, he going to sit there and go to looking at it like, what in the world is going on here? I even showed him here the name Aya, which Aya Asha'aya. You know what I'm talking about, Apostle. This your favorite video. Ahaya. That's right.
Yeah, I am that I am.
Right.
I'll be what I be.
Right.
Yeah.
I was showing him that this name actually goes back to even the Egyptian language.
Right
here.
Right.
You see,
right.
Then
Just
they
like
also have it here. Jah.
Right.
Yeah, the
Just
great.
like the word Allah in the Hebrew is AHLA.
That's
Allah.
right.
Not,
that's right.
Yeah, not ALLAH. Right.
That's right. I got it in my Bible over here. That's
it's
right.
The short form. It's the short form of the word Allahayam.
Allahayam. That's right. That's
Allah.
right.
Right.
That's right.
And it makes power.
That's right.
Words.
Yes, sir. Right. And so I actually demonstrate that right here too, because I was showing them that the name Ah, you know, a lot of people don't know Ah is the root and it links to La, because the R is interchangeable with L, and it actually mentioned it here. It said thus it was the letter A because it's so sacredly associated with the idea of deity, who was himself called A-Al or Allah, the generic supreme name of God as worship among the eldest patriarch. The life of Allah or God was the life that the true alias always desired to cultivate and lead. Hence, aliasm, or the life of God in the soul of man. That's that house. It says was the most ancient mode of religion, when man was able to recognize God was in him. You see, it don't make him God, the supreme being, but God is in him. See, I showed the morphology here from Ia, to Ia, Ya, La, Allah, Ahla, and the way you spelled it, A-H-L-A-H. And then it becomes into Allah. And see, they got this from the Demotic language right here. That symbol that they have in the Arabic, that comes from Demotic. And see, because that's A, L, L, and H. You see, because they draw the H with a circle sometimes. So this symbol, this comes from the symbol of the teachings. This is the symbol of Ta. So a lot of them teaching, they talk about teachings of peace. They actually, Arabs copied that from Ta Hotel. I can show you where they prostrating and everything in the temples that deal with the temples that Ta is venerated in. You know what I mean? So that's why we get into this, like even the word alchemy, the gematria in here, when I was looking up the word, the cognates in Arabic and Hebrew, in Arabic is ilm or ilm, which deal with knowledge. You see, learning, lore. You know, it deal with the word for science, right? Because they say ain't no science in religion. Ilm is the word for science. When you go into the Hebrew, it's olam or olam. A is O-L-M. See, so olam is synonymous with ilm or alam. And this means word, hidden word. You see, it means eternity. Or alim means to disappear or hidden. You see, this deals with the hidden or the levels of concealment of that God code within one. See, this is the key to the universe. And this is what you were speaking of earlier that I told you was in my Bible. You see what it says? Allah. You see, this is in King James Bible I got right next to me right there on my shrine. God, it thus presents God as the one supreme object of worship. But when you go back to that name that I was speaking of earlier, dealing with the word for knowledge, and you do the gematria on it, you know, 130 and 40, which is ALM, that's 71. 7 plus 1 is 8. You add that to the ALM, and it fits right here in the center, and it becomes alchemy, which means this is the original science of the world. It started in alchemy, and alchemy deal with mathematics, physics. Man, God is all powerful, bro. If you can't see the God code and all that, bro, you just dead in the head. You know what I mean? It ain't meant for everybody to see either, though. You know, so that ain't strange. But man, I even showed them the relation of the name again, Yod He Vav He, as some people would say. You know, and I showed them the real language, the Paleo Hebrew, right? You see, as opposed to the modern box. You see, I showed them that, and then I showed them here. I showed them here how to name Yahweh. You see it here, and what they don't know, you can't do this with the name Adam and Eve.
That's YH.
Right, YHWH. That's right. Or
and the only letter you can put in there only letter you can put in there is the the first letter.
That's right.
In
That's right.
One and this Yahweh.
That's right. That's right.
And if this was the same thing, this L here is actually this hand, right hand of power, is actually a Y.
That's right. That's exactly what it is.
WH up top.
That's right.
Same
as
here. The Allah, the Y, and this here must be the Sheen or the Shah.
Yes, sir. And that's Ish.
So
that's Ish.
Right. Shash. Right. Shah.
Yeah, that's so, right.
Right. Ash. Yeah. And Aish is actually
man.
Or Asha, man and woman.
And woman. That's the spiritual man and woman, original man and woman. And so notice that their name is connected by the name Yah. See how their name is connected. And
when you take Yah out of this name, you come up with a word that represents fire. So between male and female, if you take Yah out, you'll be left with fire. Fire represents destruction. So
that's
Yah keeps it peace between the man and the female.
This is the real.
That's powerful, man.
Yes, sir. And this is the spiritual.
Powerful.
The spiritual.
I'm right here. You know, most Hebrews that even speak the language doesn't know this, man.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying.
They don't know. They don't get into that. The Aish, the Ash, and the Asha, and in between the Ash and the Asha is Yah, within the name. And as soon as you take the letters YAH out of those two, you're left with fire.
You're left with fire.
Destruction.
That's right. And now you know what these letters really represent in the man and the woman. That's you binding them. That's the spiritual X and Y chromosome, bro.
Right.
That's the spiritual X and Y chromosome linking back to God. Ain't that powerful?
That's right. And the Y is the man and the X is the female.
Facts. You see, even if you look at the name of, Yahweh right here, the YHWH, a lot of people don't know this is the masculine portion right here. Right. You see, this is the feminine portion, right? That's why Hawa can be found there. Which is the name of what they like to say is an Eve aspect. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
But Yah in the semblance is man, the head of the house. That's why Yah is at the head and the woman is here. Man, you see all that sign, and then the Alahaya. See the Alahaya?
You know what? Man, I can't screenshot that, man, but I need that, man.
Oh yeah, I send it to you. I'll send that to you. You know, so yeah, I got all that right there, bro. I even showed them the connection between.
Karima, you got my email, right? Karima?
Yeah, she might.
No.
Well, you can get it off my YouTube. Apostle Zaquan, YouTube at YouTube. YouTube. It's on any of my videos. All the information is there. But it's Apostle Stan M at Gmail. All lowercase. Apostle Stan M at Gmail.
Okay. Apostle Stan M. Yeah, we gonna definitely. I'm gonna send it to you, bro. I got a lot of this stuff over here, but that God code is powerful, bro. You know, when you go into it, like even the word when they say Hallelujah, praise be the Lord. You know, they got an equivalent in Arabic to that, the Ha, Lam, Lam, and Aleph, and the math on it also goes back to the name Ab, which goes in the root with the Father. We say, where's the nearest place you can meet Allah? In the heart. That's where you can meet the Father at. Not the blood pumping organ, the heart, but the seat of consciousness.
Right.
Now, if you do the math on 33, right. If you do the math on this here, the 33, you know, and you go into this demonstration, you get 19 and 14, which is AY in the gematria, and AT, you put it together, that's ayat, a word that means sign. So this is a sign of God in the heart of man, in his consciousness, Allah, the all in all. You see, right here, the name Yahweh, or Yahuwah, it says, I am he who exists. I am he who is self-existent. In the Arabic, it's Huwa. He is Allah, the one who is the one. That's a name that is only reserved for him. You don't hear all of them using this name. You see, but this is where Yahweh in the Arabic is compared to Yahweh. So when you look at all of the languages, no matter when you look at the symbols, bro, they all expressing unity. They're expressing unity of the Creator, and we shouldn't be surprised because we know Ishmael and Isaac come through the same line. So it shouldn't be shocking to us. And this is where I was getting into the God code and showing when I was telling him that when you get into the rungs of the DNA ladder, it only bond between A and T and G and C. You'll never see T and C bonding with each other. That's how they were trying to put the 8 bond. That's not a bond. Hydro bonds only come between A and T and G and C. If it don't come between this bond, it's running on a one-string sequence. It's not a whole, and the ladder is not stable. Let's put it that way. Can you climb a ladder with rungs on one side and no support on the other side? You can't climb no ladder like you kill yourself.
No.
You know what I mean? You'll be a fool to get up there trying to climb it. And so you'll see the difference between the elements, like the cytosine, you see YH and VG, which is WG. This translates in the God code as Yah, God within the body. You see, that's in the DNA. It's here in guanine the same way. It's also here in thymine the same way. But in adenine, you only see Yah present. It don't say within man here. This is God himself present in adenine. The root of the word Adam goes back to Eden. Aden 9. You see? Now watch when you go here. When you go into this. Yod He Vav He, right? Look at the code. 10, 5, 6, 5, 26. Guess what? When they talk about Genesis 1:26, it talk about a man. You go into the Quran, Surah 15, Ayat 26 is talking about a man. You see in both books. Now here's the code in man again, YHVG. That's it, the sum. And then they reduce 1 to 6 and 8. When you add them together, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. You see, 14. You break all that down and go back to it again, you got A, and then it bring you back to D. Ad, which means the first. That's why they put ad as a prefix to Adam, ad as a prefix to Eden, which is Aden. You see?
Right.
So it says here, substitute modern elements for the ancient letters. It is clear that although we share in the first three letters represent 75% of our Creator's name, the fourth and final letter of our chemical name sets us apart from God, while the presence of God is the invisible and intangible form of the three gases, hydrogen, nitrogen, and oxygen. So the numbers for these particular elements compose of the name of Yah. It says the last letter of our name is the stuff that gives us the color, the taste, the texture, and the sounds of our body, carbon.
Carbon.
Yes, sir. It says the one letter that sets us apart from God is also the element that makes us real in our world. So when you look at it, hydrogen, nitrogen, oxygen, nitrogen, that's Yod, Hey, Waf, Hey, or the YHWH alone, or YHWH alone. But when you come to man, it's hydrogen, nitrogen, oxygen, carbon.
Right, right.
So the name with Yah alone, and this is how man is made with the carbon, God eternal within the body, bro. It says the H in the YHVH of God's name is replaced by G in the YHVG of humankind. It says through language, this illustrates that while we share three of the four letters of God's personal name as our generic code, we are not equal to God. 25% of our composition is very different. It is this difference that gives our physicality, and accounts for our uniqueness as a species, that which the ape don't have. The ape don't have that. See? So when you get in here and look again, notice when you get to adenine, this is reserved for God alone, even in the body of man. Notice 15 is there. You know, and I was talking about Surah 15, Ayat 26 a few minutes ago. They're showing in the alphabets that the Arabic numbers are equivalent to the Hebrew numbers. You know, when you go into the alphabetical charts that they have. See, that's where you get your codes from right there. The hidden number values. You see? So, man, they can't refute or debunk, you know, this stuff right here when it's right there in your face, apostles. They'll be a fool.
That's for sure. See,
you know what I mean?
What they do, though, they see stuff, but they dismiss it instead of dealing with it.
Yep.
They act like they didn't see it.
Yep. That's exactly what they do.
So when I see in the debate where they are just dismissing the evidence that we're presenting and only looking at the evidence they're presenting. When I see them do that, I you know, it makes no sense to continue the debate because they're just going to deny our evidence anyway. They're not going to acknowledge it.
Facts.
They're not going to acknowledge it.
Facts. Now, you know, I was showing you this earlier, and I was showing them that what they call the nitrogenous base, a molecule that contains nitrogen, has the chemical properties of a base. And it gives you the breakdown of all the elements I was reading about earlier. The nitrogenous bases in the DNA are adenine, guanine, thymine, and cytosine. It says the nitrogenous bases in RNA are the same with one exception: adenine, guanine, uracil, and cytosine. That's what the apes measure consists of, just information that's encoded in it to be a part of creation, but not information of it being an intelligent species like a human. And so I was showing them, I said, DNA is the mitochondrial chemistry book of coming forth by mortal life. DNA is the chemical name for the molecule that carries genetic instructions in all living things. The DNA molecule consists of two strands that wind around one another to form a shape known as a double helix. Each strand has a backbone made of alternating sugar and deoxyribose and phosphorus groups. Now, this is important to be known because when you do the research, you find that cal goes to calcium as well, which means why most of our people suffer from diabetes and things like that is because they have a lack of calcium. They think calcium is just for the bones. Calcium taken into the body actually opens up the receptors for insulin to go into the cells, into the body, into the mitochondria, and all of that right there. And so this stimulates the muscles. It stimulates what you call it. It stimulates cell signaling, your heart rate, you know, and this is how the body sustains itself. Without calcium, the body being starved of that allows toxins to build up in the body, and cancer takes root. Whereas you have cells that are normally isolated and cut off by the process in the body, it can't do it because it don't lack the elements. So this is why a lot of our people end up dying, you know, with those type of illnesses. Now, when you get into this, how it relates to Marvel Comics, you're gonna trip on this. Superman didn't know his name, Kal-El, right?
Oh yeah.
He didn't even know his name, right? It says 2 parts, and each can be translated into Hebrew, Kal, which means easy or light. It says, but it is important to remember that with the creator's accents at the time of Kal would be read as cool, or the meaning of voice. And El in Hebrew means God. Thus, Superman's name in Hebrew is loosely translating into the voice of God. This does not necessarily mean that Superman is a God incarnate or even directly sent by God, but rather is an instrument of God, a person with incredible powers who saves lives and fights for the weak and the downtrodden. Even action in comics introduced the hero Superman as the champion of the oppressed. And that's why people look at Jesus as the Redeemer and the salvation, because he was a version, you know, to those who look at him that way. We call him Yeshua, Yahoshua. He was a Superman. Every prophet that came was a voice of God, and they represented a Superman to them people, minus the Marvel Comics. You see what I'm saying? Man, this is powerful. You know, and then if you go into Egyptian alphabetical letters of the same cycle dealing with the SLM, you know, dealing with pieces, interdependence activity between the above and below. And then you have the divine commandment and divine craftsman working at your cellular level in your being. Come on, man. That God code is powerful, bro.
Hey,
Kemetian,
let me just get in here and say, look, man, I'm getting tired. I'm an old man.
Sir. All is well.
So yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and check out, but I'm gonna keep watching, man.
Yes, sir.
Save this. I'm gonna save this thing in my WitchCon, man. So I can pick up the rest of it tomorrow.
Sure.
Yes, sir.
Love y'all.
Peace and love.
All right, man. Shalom.
Shalom. All right. Let me continue. Let me proceed. All right. So yeah, here we go. Right here.
Right there. Y'all see it. Right? Now this should not. This continued growth and tail should not happen. Something went wrong with the genes, right? And actually, too much frequency of the genes occurred, right, which caused that continued growth. This is not supposed to happen, right? But this clearly shows, that quote unquote all mammals, like I read, had quote unquote tails. It came from something. Simple as that. I'm not gonna argue this. I'm not gonna downstream. I'm not doing it. And that's called, and I also prove that quote unquote, right? Watch this. Hold on. Let me finish this off. The evolution. Let me show you why. These are things that we got right now, right? That y'all not even aware of. Watch this. This is a vestigial organ. Look. Watch this. Watch me go down the line for you. Watch this. An appendix. In modern humans, an appendix is sometimes believed to be a vestige of a remnant organ that in ancestral species had what? Digestive functions. Much as it still does in extinct species in which ancestral flora, hydrodural, cellulose are similar indigestible plant material, right? So here we go again. Your appendix is a remnant of vestigial organ. Watch this. I already did it. The coccyx bone. Your wisdom teeth. Did you know that some tribes on planet Earth don't even have wisdom teeth? That's why most people get their wisdom teeth taken out, because it's not enough space. we evolved from clearly use these wisdom teeth. We don't even use them. Everybody, for the most part, just think wisdom teeth taken out. Okay? What else we got? The ear. Watch this. The ear. This portion of the ear. Okay? Remember, the humans can't move their ears around. Right? The ear of the macaque monkey and most other monkeys have far more developed muscles than those of humans, and therefore have the capability to move their ears.
Okay, wait a minute. So you mean to tell me that's the only developmental monkey that gained over 65 million years being able to move his ears more than a human?
Potential threats. Humans and other primates, such as the orangutan and chimpanzee, however, have ear muscles that are minimally developed and non-functional. There you go again. This is my, let me see if I get my favorite one. This book right here. Let's see if I can find this. Goosebumps. Yes, goosebumps. Did y'all know that goosebumps is a gremlin? Watch this. The formation of goosebumps in humans under stress is a visceral reflex. Now we're talking about a visceral reflex, right? A possible function that in the distinct evolutionary ancestors of humans was to raise the body's hair, making the ancestor appear, right, larger and scarier, and to larger and scaring off predators. Okay, raising the hair is also used to trap an extra layer of air, keeping an animal.
So wait a minute, we scaring people off with goosebumps now?
Y'all know we don't even use that anymore, but we do get, we call them chill bumps. We do get goof bumps, okay? Palmar graft reflex. Palmar graft reflex. This is a good one. This is a good one. The Palmar's graft reflex, right, is a primitive, right, involuntary reflex found in infants of humans, most primates, and domesticated felines. When an object such as an adult finger is placed in an infant palm, the infant's finger reflexively grasps the object. Here you go. So I'm telling you now, if any of y'all got any infants, put your finger there, they're going to automatically grab that. This is a grasp reflex left over, right, from more ancient primates that need to grasp onto their mother as they move through the forest. With that, yo, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to get up out of here, man. I think I said my piece right here.
That boy kicking science over there.
All right, you want to wait and let Kemetian respond?
Yeah, let him respond. I'm good.
Okay. I want to put this out here, family. Our discussion was going to be basically the God code versus evolution. You know, and so what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna
that's what you was gonna debate him on?
Yes, sir.
Now, you know I wasn't debating that man for free. We're gonna have a conversation.
He asked me what the topic was. So the topic was God code versus the DNA. And let me show you something here, family.
But you ain't gonna answer that though. Deal with that.
Oh, I'm finna deal with it right now.
All right, go ahead.
I'm finna deal with it right now.
Yeah.
So this is the European that came up with this concept of this ape evolving, you know, into our present state. Carl Linnaeus. Look it up. I'm just giving you reference to him. I'm finna go in the slides and get into this stuff right here. I don't know where he come from, but I don't come from no ape. And I'm finna prove this scientifically. And I'm finna prove that it was the European who was called the original troglodyte nigger. That's what they called him, scientifically. That's what they call him. Let me share this. Okay, you see this shot, Asaf?
Not yet.
Okay, hold up. Let me do it then. I'm gonna make sure I share it. Okay, there we go, right there. Share the full screen. All right, there we go, family. I ain't gonna start here yet. I'll get to that in a second. I'm gonna run down on this trash this brother just put out here trying to deceive our people. You know, if you really believe you come from an ape, brother, all this is based upon Darwinism. Darwinism is predicated upon scientific racism. And all of that particular information comes into what they call eugenics and everything else that the Europeans created. You know, they came up with this comparing us to monkeys and apes because that's where they come from, not us. It goes all the way back during these times where they romanticize with us evolving from beasts. We never came from these things. All this is from the materials of Linnaeus and those scholars that was demonstrating around them. Now watch this. Now this got so crazy, the European was teaching this in the Catholic Church. This is a depiction of a dog-headed man, right? They pushed this in demonstration all over Europe. They even came up with the werewolf concept. Now watch when I mask on and mask off this demonstration. All this atheism and all this evolved out of their depiction of trying to demonstrate who Anpu was, Anubis and Kemet. But they made this a deity that was actually a demon in the skies. So this was Saint Christopher. Now watch this. You can look this stuff up when I tell you. All this come out of that 8-man dog man theory. Now this is a dog-headed man carrying a so-called Messiah, whom people like to call a so-called Jesus. This is another depiction of it right here. All this stuff right here you can look up. Look up Saint Christopher and watch what come up. All of these images and all of this was rooted in some of the same thing Linnaeus was teaching. Look at this, a dog-headed deity with locks, right? Look at this now. Now watch this. Wait till I get to these apes in a minute. I got to show you all these pictures. And they always look here. They even got the 3 wise men here. And they got another dog-headed deity here, right? They even got so-called the prophet, as they call him, Jesus, Yehoshua. Look what they got surrounded by him. Dog-headed concept. This is where the werewolf theories come from. That look like Master Splinters right there. Look at this garbage. This is why I say we got to retranslate, this stuff. Because if we look, there it is again. Now this is supposed to be baby Jesus on the shoulder of a dog-headed deity. I know y'all never heard of this. Now mask off. Who is that? Who is that? You see? So again, this is their corruption of trying to demonstrate what was demonstrated in Kemet of Anpu. See the staff here, which is known as the caduceus, with the serpents entwined around it, or some people call it the staff of Tehuti. You see? This is what happens when you let somebody else tell your story. Now let's get to the matter at hand. Now let's see what they call this one with the tail, who say he come from. Lucifer. Huh? That's where you come from, That's where you come from? No wonder you act the way you do. Y'all done seen this before. Am I not a man and a brother? And then they have the same measure dealing with, am I a man and a brother? Because it's a depiction of being carried us into looking like apes, comparing us to apeism. They even disrespected our sister Sarah Bartman. I ain't gonna show that right there because y'all know how she was depicted, and I don't want Star Channel to get struck. Now let's go into Kemet. Happy was a deity in Kemet, right? And when you go into the teachings of dealing with Happy, there was also one known as Baba or Bobby. Now, when you go into the history of this stuff right here, people don't know, but really, these baboons were brought outside of Kemet into Kemet. They were not indigenous to Kemet, family. Bobby was basically there when the souls would be devoured for being sin-filled. You see, this was the way they used them in Kemet. So they say this one will become erect and get a hard on, so to speak, after seeing souls that it was waiting to devour. Bloodthirsty. You see, it will be a crazed ape, right? So my question is to do you eat entrails like Bobby? Or have you evolved? Because Bobby, or this so-called ape or chimpanzee, whatever you want to call them, they eat entrails. Now let me see something else here. We just told you who Unc was. Do you know they use your ancestors, if you come from apes, as a K9? Huh? Look at this here. Let me blow it up right there. Y'all see this? This is an ape tackling somebody, right? They use these as K9s in Kemet. The baboon. Because their ability to jump, reach, climb, and all these things, right? Do you claim that, Huh? Since them your ancestors, I just called you the police earlier. But anyway, here we go right here. This is where I'm finna get him at, so. See this DNA sequencing right here? It shows the difference between a human, chimpanzee, gorilla, and common ancestor. Now there's a chunk here that differentiates all of these. This is what I ran him off the call with the other day. Notice the human has A, T, A, and A, right? Notice notice in the chimp is C, 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 T, and A. Now, not only is this different, this chimp, right? But you're going to see how really far off he is. C, 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 T, T. That's the gorilla. You see, they are alike, but their DNA, this chunk differentiates them from the human. And right here, the common ancestor is also not basically in relation to the human DNA here, nor is it really compatible with that of the ape and the gorilla. Now, this is where it gets interesting. These names stand for adenine and thymine. Adenine, adenine, adenine. This is cytosine. That's what you see there in thymine. There are no bonds that bond in this way in the DNA strand, in this chunk that differentiate them. Let me show you what I mean right here. See right here, the the ATAAA and the CGGCT, and you see the difference here in all of them. This is how DNA is bond. If you've seen a double helix ladder, there are rungs in between the ladder. You have adenine and thymine. They bond. Guanine and cytosine. They bond like this. And that's what form the rungs on the DNA ladder. You would never see a bond between cytosine and thymine because that's not crossing over to the other bond to make what they call a hydrobond. So this means, guess what? There's one strand of DNA running through this ape, not both strands. And if you got one strand there, that right there is what causes a break in DNA. And if that's done in the human genome, it will repair itself and the two strands will become consistently as they was. This ape has one strand running a break there. That's what differentiates the ape from man. Now, since he want to say that we come from the ape and we close to him, let's look at the percentages. Apes and humans. They say 99% 9 humans, right? Humans and chimp, 98% ape, right? Humans and dog, 94%. How much do you look like a dog, people? 94% ain't far from 99%. 99.9. Humans and cats, how much do you look like a cat? So it's telling you that this percentage ain't got nothing to do, with the makeup of one's comparison. Because here, they said that the pig DNA is actually 98%. So if the pig's DNA is 98%, do that make us anything like the pig? Do we look like them? Oh, you talking about that little pig tail that you see, right? And then you got humans and bananas, 60%. Unc say he got some banana in him. That's why I'm bringing that up. Yeah, he say that too, people. Humans and fruit flies, 60%. And mouse DNA, 85%. You got a little mouse in you over there, Unc. They say here that the dolphin DNA is basically the same as the human genome. That's what they're saying here. Now, I don't get caught up in all this science, but we don't look like no dolphin. And if we closer to them than anything, then what in the world is going on here? And see, the European science was made to be debunked, family. That's what people got to realize. So what I put against this is that we did not come from no apes. If we came from apes said to be here, 65 million years? Some people say 6 million. We came here, the oldest man they found recently, the Jabir Uhu, is 350,000 years old. And so if he came here just 350,000 years in age, and they say, well, all right, we go back to 65 million years, how is it that the human being has out-evolved the ape? Why is the ape still up in trees? Why are the apes not teaching you something in history class? See, that's what you got to explain. Why are not the apes talking since they've been here longer than us? So where's the proof of even their evolution? Don't play with me. I told you. Now let me show you what it really deals with when we talk about intelligent design and why I was putting this God code up here. See, this is the stuff they say. I say, well, when was science first invented? Because they say the Kemites didn't deal with science. Now remember, this is the European time. I don't deal with it. I'm just putting the information up here for them saying that Egypt and Mesopotamia was science there. That's my point. It ain't dealing with the time. It's science. So if science was demonstrated, what type of science did the Egyptians demonstrate? Because over here, they'll tell you Aristotle was considered by many to be the first scientist. You see? What what did he do? Was he found doing scientific experiments? I'm waiting to see that. You see? Then you have Galileo. He was said to be the one that looked through telescopes, and that made him a scientist, right? You know, Albert Einstein was a scientist. Everybody say he the greatest to ever live. But Albert Einstein believed in the Most High. He said the Spirit of God was greater than man. So how can you explain that right there? He don't agree with evolution. Now let's get into the root in the Arabic when it speaks of science. The word ilm or ilm is the word they use in the Arabic. This is when it get good, people. This word was used meaning to know, knowledge, which is the same definition of the word science. The fact of knowing, that which is known, study, information, human knowledge, same thing, right? Now, when we move on, what we find here, because we harping on something, we want you to get it. The same, this is how you deal with word and etymology. Olam, O-L-M. This means the world. It also means disappearing or hidden knowledge, that which is concealed. Elam, Hala means concealment. So this is God's concealment in the creation. How can you prove that, Kemetian? I'm finna show you right here. Where did God conceal himself in creation? What is real science? Mathematics. How can you prove that, Kemetian? I'm gonna show you right here. So when you go into gematria, which deals with geometry, A, L, and M dealing with the knowledge of the world, right? When you do the numerical math of it, A, 1, 30, the letter L, 40, the letter M, 71. 7 plus 1 is 8. The 8 represents ket in what they call the Hebrew language, proto-Sinaitic. Arabic, it goes into the H, het. So you put CH in between it, the ALM, which deals with the knowledge of the world alone, you get alchemy.
All right, time, brother.
Known as before.
Time, brother. You can come right back to it. It's on turn. Talk.
That's a good start. Go ahead.
Yes, and then you can keep it right there when you come back in.
Yes, sir.
You want to on the call?
I done knocked the sense out of Unc over there. Y'all see it?
Yeah, he just mumbled jumbled, just said what he wanted to say. He did not address the cocks and bone.
So mind this right here, right? I just addressed the monkey bone when I went through my measure dealing with the 8. But Unc can say a mumbo jumbo, but go to Wikipedia for all his sources. And I beat him up with science. And showed him God's science at the same time.
He didn't address none of that. I've never said that humans came from apes. Humans are apes. It's a scientific classification. He routinely mixes this up. I'm going to say this again. Humans don't come from apes. Humans are apes. Humans are also mammals. Elephants are mammals, but that does not mean that humans come from elephants. It's a misunderstanding of what's really going on around
You're trying to convince itself.
Right? So over geological time, at least 7 million years, Homo sapiens sapiens have evolved from archaic ancestors. They call them hominids. Right? So I can't make you understand that, bro. All that mythology was showing, the pan troglodyte is a chimpanzee, right? So Charles Darwin was not in support of scientific racism.
Wait a minute. Now he say the pan troglodyte is a chimpanzee, which is basically of the ape lineage. Now, if this is the case, and that's supposed to be close to the man, and he's saying that's where he come from, how can he come and argue? Because we got video arguing where he's saying troglodyte history was garbage. It was hogwash. Now he admitting that the troglodyte is the chimp. Lucifer, like I showed y'all earlier.
As a matter of fact, his actual quote-unquote scientific theory actually toppled the scientific racism. I'm going to say it again. The theory of natural selection, which is a mechanism in evolution, right, which proved that the Europeans was wrong in their attempt to promote the pseudoscientific ideas around race. Because that's exactly what it was.
So he admitting to y'all that this was basically used as a ruse to promote what they call the Hermetic hypotheses, eugenics, and what you call it, scientific racism. He admitting that. but he trying to discount that and say, well, I'm gonna take the science, but I don't care nothing about the racism. You can't separate the two.
Was pseudoscience. Race is a social construct where they tried to construct that white people was at the hierarchy. That's not the truth. Charles Darwin's theory clearly proved that one, all humans living today come from Africa. Before that point, they were saying the same shit you were saying. You somewhere in the sky, somewhere in the Bible, whatever. What tribe, different clans, and different parts of the world, they all had their creation stories. Right? So reality is, whether Charles Darwin was a racist or not, people misused his theory, like everybody did, right? And applied it to eugenics, which was once again a pseudoscientific idea.
Now you hear this Negro, he up here trying to defend Darwinism, and people misused his science and with some pseudoscientific racism. Come on, bro. You mean to tell me you gonna stand in defense of some Eurocentric science and you can't stand in defense of the God code over that? You rather stand in defense of a monkey tail, satanic, Luciferian creature of neither land? This man crazy.
You could never do what they were saying. At no point did the transferring of certain genes, right? They didn't have genes who was more intelligent, a gene that would transfer intelligence. So we're gonna make this person, but that two intelligent people gonna mate, and they're gonna have an intelligent person. And if you're weak, right, we're not gonna let you mate. Man, that was horrible. No one is denying signs of racism, but you got it all mixed up. It was the information when Charles Darwin circumnavigated the globe that made him realize,
Wait a minute, Charles Darwin circumnavigated the globe. Okay.
All humans are basically the same. Charles Darwin almost got kicked off the boat. How many of y'all halfway around the world would argue with another white man over the validity of a black man? Charles Darwin was like, yo, leave that black man alone, yo. He just like me.
What?
And you. See, what Charles Darwin recognized was, right, that the indigenous people they was running across, right, they had less technology. But having less technology didn't make them less human. What he said was, if you was to teach them our language and teach them what we know, they would be on par with us. He said that. So Charles Darwin's second cousin, Galton, is the one that came up with eugenics. He published his work the year after Charles Darwin died. So people always get that mixed up. Social Darwinism, right, was created after Charles Darwin. Charles Darwin, whether he was racist or not, I don't know that man hard. I'm simply saying that Charles Darwin's work, right, watch this. Charles Darwin's work was the foundation of quote unquote evolutionary biology. That one thing, hold on, let me watch this. Hold on. Let me show y'all this. This is important.
I can't believe what I'm looking at.
So if
I'm in Raw
his
Squad,
work, okay,
defending the European.
let me share my screen. Everybody always get this mixed up. You're lucky I can't get you my presentation right quick. You're lucky. Shit ain't fucking open it up.
We know you ain't got no real sources over there.
But I gotta do what I know how to do.
Stop
so right
that.
here, Charles Darwin's work. Let's see really, does his work require him to be racist or non-racist? No. It doesn't matter. Like, people that grow your food could be racist. What does that have to do with a hill of beans? Nothing. Now, on the origin of species, or more commonly, on the origin of species by means of natural selection. You gotta know what natural selection is. Or the preservation of favorite races in the struggle for life. Most people get that wrong. I'm gonna let him get that wrong. Published on the 24th of November, 1856. Watch this. Is a work of scientific literature by Charles Darwin that is considered to be the foundation, watch this, y'all, of evolutionary biology. Darwin's book introduced the scientific theory that populations, listen to me, populations evolve over a course of generations.
Family. And he won't tell you natural selection is where Hitler got his concepts from. It's racist. It had to do with saying a particular people was more superior than other people. So that's why Hitler believed he can exterminate the so-called Jews and basically preserve, a superior super race that he was trying to create. Big facts.
Through the process of natural selection, the book presented a body of evidence, right, that the diversity of life arose by common descent through a branching pattern of evolution. Darwin included evidence that he had collected on the Beagle expedition in 1830, and the subsequent findings from research correspond, right, and correspondence and experimentation, right? Most people think that Charles Darwin's book right here actually talked about humans. It didn't. This word right here for race wasn't talking about races. It was talking about variety. So I'm gonna stop right there, right? People always mess that up, and I expect them to mess that up, right? Because they ain't studying like we study. They ain't doing what we doing. They ain't connecting the Black community to the scientific community like you're supposed to. Science, right, is counterintuitive. I'm gonna say this again. Science is counterintuitive. So my question would be, brother,
what he's saying is science is against intuition. So if science is counterintuitive, counter means against, juxtaposed, antithesis. That's basically what he's saying. If science is against intuition, how then can there be science? Because all science came from theories. Theories come from thinking. Thinking stimulates, a manifestation of what you have been theorizing upon to bring it into fruition. So you test the theory. You do that by exercising your intuition. So what is he talking about? Science is counterintuitive, a counter intuition. This man is using words. I seen that he can't read that good. Man, this is terrible.
Kemetian, how much does air weigh? Does air have a weight? That's really what I want to know. Does air have a weight? Does it weigh anything? Just give me your simple answer. You got to unmute yourself.
Yeah, I haven't measured air to tell you that right now.
Do you think it has a weight?
I couldn't tell you that. I believe it do. I'm going to tell you why. Because even in quantum physics, certain things that are unseen are manifest as a result of mathematics. That's science. So anything that's on the manifest that can be seen to a certain degree has weight to it. Not in the way that we see it. When you deal with miles per hour and wind is 180 miles per hour. When it's moving, it tears something up. You see what I'm saying? So that is the weight of the wind crushing things in its path. So from that aspect, that's what I would say on that. But actually putting it in a scale, now, I never weighed the wind.
Right. So the point is, most people wouldn't even think that because it's counterintuitive, bro. Because you can't see it, you can't touch it, you can't smell it, right? It's counterintuitive. Just like when a fighter...
That's his way of trying to dismiss the reality of God. In other words, God is counterintuitive because you can't see it, touch it, or none of that. We're going to see when have an experience where he get in the presence of the Creator, what he got to say about that there. You see what I'm saying? If he have an experience not leaving, because we don't wish no harm to come upon him, but if God manifests himself through a certain situation in his life, we're going to see what Unc say after that right there. Will it be like one of the people that say that they seen, some of the prophets, or they seen God talking to them? Because see, that's all in the DNA. That's in the God code. It's even in him. He got the God code in him and don't even know it. That's what's sustaining. That's what allow Unc to even come up with, these old crazy statements. But he just working off the RNA. He ain't working off the DNA. So he thinking like a monkey, acting like a monkey. He must be a monkey, demonstrating with a monkey mind.
Jet goes by. You hear it and you look up, but the jet's not there. But the sound is there. How is it that the jet, right, is actually in front of the sound?
Now he
That
think he
doesn't
done
make
said some.
sense.
He think he done said some scientific there. You know, how is it that you hear the sound, you know, of music when somebody coming down the road with a loud stereo system, and when they pass by, you can still hear the sound following the vehicle? Stop the madness. If those are scientific theories that he deal with in his intuition, then maybe he need to take his own heed and counter, you know, attack his own intuition, because that's basically what he's doing anyway, and knock his brains out, because truth knocked the brain out of falsehood. You know, you don't even deserve nothing to think with thinking like that, huh? Come on, man. You was giving that brain to think some proper things. You over here wasting it on Darwinian demonism. That's all you got? You know, goodness gracious.
Why is that? Because the jet has traveled faster than sound. So science is counterintuitive. It's against what you think it should be. Humans are human-centric. That's why we thought that the sun traveled around the earth, because we always feel like we are the center. Humans never look at themselves as other animals, but I just proved we are. We're no more different than any other animal. We're animals. Now, what's the difference? Okay, when we start to talk about chimpanzees, which is 98% similar, which you messed that up. And when you showed your genetic codes, right, you were simply showing different mutations in different areas. That's the difference. So when we say humans and chimps are 98% similar, that 2% is the difference between climbing in trees, eating fucking bananas, and ending up on the moon, bro. That's like an Atlantic Ocean. Most people don't see the counterintuitive again. To you, 2% don't seem like a lot, but in terms of genetics, it's a whole lot, right? Why can't chimpanzees talk? They have the same genes. They're just one molecule off. The FOXP2 gene. They have the FOX.
It's that chunk that I showed y'all, family. It's one strand in the sequencing that ain't lining up. It ain't adding up.
P2 gene, but they're one snip off. That's why they can't talk. Humans, on the other hand, develop that particular mutation, and we can talk. So monkeys, apes, monkeys aren't apes. I'm gonna say it again. Monkeys aren't apes. Monkeys have tails. Apes don't. Apes, great apes.
So if monkeys don't have tails, or monkeys have tails and apes don't, then how's you gonna say that the human being is an ape? And then you say, well, the monkey has no tail, you know, but the human lost his tail in the womb. Come on, man. This man is all over the place with this fallacious garbage that he calling an argument. Man.
Right? Whether it's a gorilla or a chimpanzee can look in the mirror and see itself. A monkey does not recognize himself in the mirror.
How do you
We have big brains, development of the frontal lobe. We have imagination, right? Chimpanzees do a lot of the same things, but there are also differences there. So no one ever says that we come to chimpanzees. What we say at about 7 million years in geological time, which is fucking forever, no matter what y'all say, that there was a common ancestor. It neither looked human, right? And it didn't like a chimpanzee. And this is how it works. Watch this. The one thing branched off, the population branched off that we came from. One went into a savanna area, one stayed amongst the trees. So as they both adapt in their environment, the population has changed over a 7 million period. So by the time they meet back up again, there has been too many adaptations, too many mutations, too many SNPs changing, SNPs, right? To the point where they can't mate no more. So humans and chimps can't mate. Humans can't mate with none of that, but they can mate with Homo Neanderthal. They can do that because Homo Neanderthal is in the human family. But we could do this all day long, but simply put, You explain to us how, after life got on earth, right? That people, the variety of life, explain that. Did humans come out fully functional? Did they die about the sun? No, as we go back in geological time and go back into the geological record, as you dig down deeper, humans disappeared from the fossil record. And you start to see more archaic species that walked upright. You know what I'm saying? Australopithecus africanus. They're in the hominid family on our side. Lucy was a woman, but she was an Australopithecus. She's in the Kenya Museum, Nairobi Museum. I could pull that up. They call her the great ancestor, but she's not a human, and she couldn't mate with us. She's about 4 foot. She wasn't a monkey, right? And she was habitual bipedal. I'm gonna say it again. She was habitual bipedal, meaning she could walk upright. So I don't know what you're talking about. Scientific racism thing was real, right? But Charles Darwin's scientific treatise dispelled all that. I'm not saying that on Monday, and on Tuesday, motherfuckers wasn't racist.
All right, hold on now.
Understand now to the body of literature.
All right, hold on. Kemetian is funny as hell. He's sitting up there smiling and laughing like a motherfucker. But anyway, how many of y'all would love to see this debate? Unc is 100% correct in that, though. A lot of people don't understand science. Hold on, brother. Hold on.
All right.
A lot of people don't understand the science that Unc is bringing forth. Nobody can disprove them. I know a lot of y'all would love to think that you are better than the animal or better than the animals, but the truth of the matter is not. You're not. I mean, you are an animal. Unc is right. Unc is 100% correct. Let's say that this is right here, right? You see this piece of paper? What Unc is trying to teach you is that he is saying that we all come from the same common ancestor. So when the ancestor splits off and breaks out, like he said, one goes one way, another one goes another way, right? And so when this breaks off and splits off again, one goes one way, somewhere else, another one is taken somewhere else, another one is taken somewhere else, and another one is taken somewhere else, right? And so let's do it again. And so when it splits off again, this is why you always finding new creatures. Why do you think you find new creatures? So that right there proved the theory or the Bible wrong. When it says God took every animal and put them on the ship, 2 of every kind. But there are animals that still haven't been discovered yet that you can find. So where them animals come from? Have you ever seen some shit? Oh, you'd be like, what the fuck is that? How many of us seen that deep into the waters? And you're looking at the National Geographic, or you're looking at the Life or Animal Planet. You'd be like, what the fuck?
What Sarnetta failed to realize is when you deal with intelligent design and God creating, I always taught that, when he said, let there be, to me personally, that word that was spoke during the times of antiquity has never stopped reverberating. It's still echoing right now. So whereas people think that the Most High is done creating, he is not done creating. And in the process of that creation, there will come a time where creation will come into an implosion, or what I call a destruction, or whatever you want to call it. Some people call it the end of the world, the end of creation, the big crunch, or whatever you want to go into. But nevertheless, everything is still manifesting in life. And they calling it evolution. That's their name for it. We call it intelligent design. So that's why you see new galaxies coming on the manifest. And also when you deal with that, which is in the aquatic world, we haven't been deep into the depths of the aquatic world. A lot of these things that are manifested now, most likely as we are already here, they were already there. We just now have the technology to go down in the bottoms of the ocean and see these things. Because certain things you can't go but so low, before pressure, begins to manifest. And by very virtue of them being able to survive down there and their bodies being a little more fragile than ours, actually, you know, that got to be intelligent design that's doing that right there. In fact, why are they still in the waters, and why have they not yet come up out of the waters? Why are there not still species coming up out of the waters if we came from a tadpole? Make it make sense.
It's that. That's because evolution is continuing till this day. We are still, there are different species that's forming that you never seen, never heard of. And so when the Europeans see it, they just add and put a name to it. That's all it is. We are all from the same ancestor, a common ancestor which splits off, breaks out, and go all over the goddamn planet. You see? That's all Unc is trying to teach you. But Unc gets into it a little deeper. How many of you would love to see this debate? But it's going to cost you. And it's not going to cost you a lot of money, because if everybody participate, we can get Unc what he wants. We can get Unc this money. And I think this debate will be real good because we're not dealing with religion. See? We're not dealing with religion. A lot of y'all always say, let's do a different debate without the Bible. This one is dealing with science versus what, Unc?
He said God code. I don't know.
Oh, shit. Yeah, I think this will be great. Science versus the God code or whatever. And so if you would love to see that, I'm going to talk to my brother Unc, see what he want, and then we can get him what he want. If everybody chip in, you know, and put up 5 or 10 or whatever you got to donate, we can make this debate happen when, Unc? When would you be ready?
Nigga, you know I stay ready. I don't gotta get ready.
There you go.
Yeah, I'm saying like on some real like
I respond to it though.
Yeah, I'm gonna let you respond. I'm just
you
trying to
respond to that. You but see, you doing what they all do. You ain't gonna
hold on. Commission. What Unc is doing is responding to you because you went and then Unc responded to you.
He came before me, brother. I came after him.
Yeah, he never dealt with that tail though.
Oh, okay. All right. So go ahead, brother Commission.
Why don't you do that for me though, yo?
Let me share the screen real.
Hold on, Commission. Are you gonna deal with the tail?
You gonna deal with the tail, yo? You saying that we didn't have a tail?
I'm gonna get into all that. I'm telling you that we didn't have no tail. You said monkeys have tails, apes don't, but you say we come from apes.
I said they fell off.
Make it make sense.
I know he never said we come from apes. You messed it up again. No, hold up. You messed it up again. He didn't say we.
Now you notice Sarnetta jumping in the conversation, right?
Come from apes, brother.
See, this is where the bias begin to start at right here. Because they buddies. That's his friend. He ain't gonna let me beat him up, y'all. He say we are apes.
Right.
Okay, but he say monkeys.
Naked apes.
Listen, he say monkeys.
Crazy.
He didn't say we come from apes, we are apes. So if we are apes and we come from what we are, then wouldn't we be those who are coming from apes if it's what he claimed? See what I'm talking about? The semantics and the wordplay and the jigaboo.
Yes,
he say monkeys have tails, but apes don't.
They don't.
See what I'm saying? So
said
if that's the case, it's his burden of proof of proving that fell off in the womb of a woman. Every woman I talked to that had an ultrasound, they never seen a monkey tail in their womb. Now let me share the screen real quick and sit there and listen, because I'm finna show you.
What the hell you said?
I said Sarnetta trying to act like he don't know what an ultrasound is. Come on, man. The woman that I spoke to that had an ultrasound never said they seen a monkey tail in their womb.
Why would it be a monkey tail, brother?
Because he said it fell off in the womb.
But you said a monkey tail.
Now you hear this right here? You hear this? They want to differentiate a monkey from an ape. It's still all of the same species. The bizarre thing that is being on the manifest is what this man is saying. Ape tail, monkey tail, whatever, chimp tail. You saying that it fell off in the womb, bro. That's crazy. Unc said it fell off before we were born.
But you saying a monkey tail, brother. He ain't never said said a monkey tail fell off in the womb.
Bro, when we was on the call, he said the tail fell off in the womb of the woman.
Right, that's what he said. That's not a monkey tail.
That's not true, because we still have a coccyx bone, bro.
That's the reason.
Listen, can I speak? I just listened to you. a whole rhyme.
You're right.
Y'all got to give me some ring now.
Yeah, you're right.
So in science, they call it the scimitar sacrum, bro. That's where they say Kundalini energy is harnessed at. In the same base of the spine. Listen, Prophet Muhammad,
Kundalini.
that's exactly. You see how dumb Sarnetta is? And he got the audacity to call somebody dumb. Anybody that know anything about what they call the serpent fire, when they deal with meditation, they tell you that Kundalini energy is harnessed at the base of the spine. That's why people meditate, to open up their chakras so that it will arise up. You see, through each one of the channels. Now, scientifically, these chakra points are called ganglionic centers. And it goes all the way from the base of the spine all the way to the crown of your head, which is called the throne of God in metaphysics. You know what I mean? Sarnetta, dumb as a box of rocks. Him and Yeah, that's what they said is harnessed at, bro. They say it's harnessed at the base of the spine. It's called the scimitar sacrum, bro. Because it's shaped like a scimitar. Look it up, bro. Prophet Muhammad said that when people die on the day of resurrection, the only thing will be left from them is the coccyx bone. And they will be resurrected from that. That's metaphysical, talking about the rising of serpent power. It ain't got nothing to do with resurrecting from that bone, in my perspective. But let me show you something here.
That'll be my first slide on the day I beat you down. I'm
going to show you right now.
And I want you to give me the same answer.
I'm going to show you right now.
Hey, family, y'all got to make this debate happen. Let's get this.
Yeah, we're going to get at it. But look right here. Y'all see this here, right? And I was showing y'all these things for a reason.
Adadine, Sadadine.
This is what I was telling y'all earlier when I showed you the way that these things bond. I showed you right here.
Okay, what is that picture to the left, though?
When I showed you, look at this right here, family.
Yeah, that's
bro. Let me speak.
Sadadine, Gadadine.
Hey, you gotta let him speak. You gotta let him speak.
Oh, I thought you want me to read. I thought you go ahead.
No, I'm doing a demonstration right now. See this here? This is what I showed y'all. I showed y'all the chunk that was different from the other chunk in the DNA. Now, when we come up here to dealing with the strands of DNA, you see this here. Now, remember this. ATAAA. That's the human's sequence. When you go up here, adenine always bonds with thymine. Guanine also bonds with cytosine. When you come over here on this side, the bond that was made in the chart he was demonstrating, there is no bond in the DNA from cytosine and thymine, which you see in the monkey's DNA right here, or that H DNA, the chimp's DNA. There is no bond, family, that they created. Look at this. You see that? CCCTT. That is not a proper bond. That's what separates the human from the ape. I'm showing you the chunk out of it that separates it. These pieces here, right? So when you do that, the bond is already broken. If you deal with a bond, because they're supposed to cross over. Adenine is supposed to cross over the thymine to make the bond. Guanine crosses over with cytosine to make the bond. If it's bonding C and T like it showed you here in this common ancestor, in this ape, there is no bond across the DNA ladder. This is on one side, which is why when you see one side, it's only dealing with RNA. It's not dealing with DNA. So the information of RNA is what it's dealing with mostly in this 8 chunk that he's talking about. You see? And there is no connection between these two.
Hey, Kimmy, won't you hold that?
So hold up, bro. Hold up.
But I dare you bring that on the day.
Let me show you really.
But I dare you bring that one slide right there. I dare.
Let me show you the God code in the DNA.
You hear me though, right?
I'm gonna show you
the God
code
that.
in the DNA.
Don't show that slide ever again.
Sorry, will you tell him to hold that down?
I'm saying don't bring that slide. You hear me? I'm gonna read out.
Listen.
Yeah, don't bring that.
Listen, bro.
Yo, let him talk,
Now, let me show you how it really connects. This is what I was talking about. See how adenine bonds with thymine, right? This is it. You can see it in the code.
No, we can't see it, bro.
As a matter of fact, see the A and T?
No,
that's the wrong on the ladder right there. A, T.
Oh, we see it now.
Right? G, C. There is no CT bond that go across from here to here. If it does that, that's one side of it. That's not the whole DNA. So now when you come here, what I'm pointing out, these letters G and C and AT actually spell the name Yod Hey Wav Hey. This is, it means it interprets as God eternal within the body. That's what it's translated as. See this here? Now when you get into the maps of it, into the math of this right here, Yod Hey Wav Hey, that's the name of God. In the human being, in the DNA, which is two different numbers here, this portion represents God in the body, the VG, the WG. You see, this is God's name itself. Now, what is so deep about this? Substitute modern elements from the ancient letters, it is clear that although we share in the first three letters represent 75% of our Creator's name, the fourth and final letter of the chemical name, our chemical name, sets us apart from God. Figure 6.6 below. While the presence of God is the invisible, intangible form of the three gases, hydrogen, nitrogen, and oxygen, the last letter of our name is the stuff that gives us the color, taste, texture, and sounds of our body, carbon. So that's where the other measure come in at. That G at the end, it comes from carbon. It says the one letter that sets us apart from God is also the letter that makes us real in our world. And so this is what you have: hydrogen, nitrogen, oxygen, nitrogen. Yod Hey Vav Hey. You see? Then you have hydrogen, nitrogen, oxygen, carbon. This is the code in man. Yah, YH, Vav, Vav, and get. See, when you go into that, that's the God eternal within the body, is what that translates as. So the name of God is at your DNA in essence. Now, what's really deep about this here is that when you flip the name that is often spelled Yod Hey YHWH Yahweh, some people say it, wherever you pronounce it, you know, you flip it upside down and you see how closely it even relates to the name Allah, right? Now, it ain't strange, because if you flip the name upside down, you can see it again, hear the relation. This is very important that you understand this here. I'm showing you something in regards to dealing with this code when you go into the math. If you come here, you hear people say hallelujah and all that stuff in the church. That in Arabic is ha, lam, lam, aleph, right? When you put all these letters together, you add them up mathematically, you come to the number 19 and 14, which is AY and AT. That word comes into ayat, which means sign. Then you have 6 plus 6 when you add everything together, you know, between the 66 that you get out of it, and that's 33 times 2, you get A and B in the alphabet, which is the heart. So this is a sign that God exists at the essence of the heart of man. That's why it's in the Quran that God is closer to man than his very own jugular vein. There are two veins that run around the spinal column, the cortoid vein. One passes oxygen, the other passes blood. DNA is rooted in the blood. You see, so at the essence of man's being, God is present. So now the equivalent of that Arabic word, H, you know, in the A-L-L and the A is right here in the Hebrew. This is the proper way. Paleo Hebrew. This is box Hebrew. You see, but this is the translation. Praising the Most High. You see, so you can't even disconnect these names of the Creator, just like the name Hua or Hawa is in the Hebrew. In the Arabic, it's there present too, meaning he exists. I am he who exists. In the Arabic, it is he is Allah, he is one. So these are cognates, right? It gets deeper here, because in ancient Kemet, when you spell Yod Hey or the YHWH backwards, it becomes Hu He. Hu He is a Kemetic name, you know, for the deity. You see, a Hehu. It deals with the elemental gods. It deals with being timeless. Millions of years, brother. See it right here? So all of these names are connected with each other. You see the figure of a man here. You see the figure of another man, or you can just say two beings, masculine and feminine, if you want to. I'm going to tell you why. The arm here, the hand here, and the man is the connection in the name that they call YHW, tetragrammaton. See it here? The man here, the arm there. These two letters are the same, but just in different places. That's Ish, meaning man, and Aisha, which is woman. The same two letters Yah are present in Elohim, which is where they get the term Elohim from. You see, you don't see Adam and Eve up in here. This is a very different man than the physical Adam that came in the so-called 6,000. This is a pre-Adamite presence of man. So I said all of that to say this. How did man exist in that form, you know, and dealing with the God code? And how do you bring all these things into the manifest? Because we're dealing with complete science. The elements in our body bear witness to it. Whether you go into the Arabic or the Hebrew, the numerical values come into the same. So when you come into us coming into being through that, and understand that we come from the essence of God, then you understand how our men came out of the darkness into the light, and then became Amun Ra. Our men means hidden, Ra manifests. You see? Then when you go into understanding that scientists didn't even have a knowledge of what happened before the Planck epic or the Grand Unification epoch, that teaching is present in most scriptures, whether you go into Sumerian, Egyptian, or biblical. Whatever you want to go into, they talk about what took place. You see, before the Planck epic, by saying in the beginning was the Word was with God, the Word was God. I showed you what the Word is. I showed you the mathematics of the Word. I showed you how they correspond with each other across the languages. When you come here, the omnipresence of the God particle being present during the ground state, 0 point energy. This is all dealing with science, family. When you talk about Zeptepia the first time, this is dealing with zeptoseconds. That's how that was measured. So when you go into dark energy and dark matter, what they call the celestial now, when things came out of new or noon, dark matter, dark energy, that's Kemet. You see, all that was mentioned in the book of Genesis when it said in the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth was void without form, and darkness was over the face of the deep. Huh? So when you go further into it, what is the darkness over the face of the deep in relation to Kemet? Amen, again, was the one that was hidden in darkness until he became manifest. Amen was known as Mar. We proved this. Well, guess what? When he said, let there be light, and you go into the Hebrew language, the same word, aura, goes into the word Mar, and it means luminous body, luminary, light being. God said, let there be light. You see, so when you go into the Hebrew, here it is again. Mar, luminary. Huh? And it goes every place where it's mentioned at. So you can see the etymological root of this word. When it talks about this light, that's also mentioned as Mar, or Amen in Kemet. They even use the term Limaret, or Riyat. You see? So, family, if we go into all of this right here and everything we put on the manifest, and we go right here, and we understand now how the atom, you know, comes from really the Kemetian version of Atum. You see? And all of this has these qualities, and I just put it in there in the vowel state. To end, to finish, to complete, the perfect. You know, all of the perfect, all these things exist within the atom. The possibility of creating and destroying. You see? And so when you understand that and you put it in context, what did I just say? The darkness in Genesis had to do with Noon, and Noon had the primeval waters. Who had the space of infinity and formlessness. Kuk and Kuket, primordial darkness and light. Aminet and Amun, dealing with invisible and hidden. Day one, when they talk about this in Genesis, they got this from Kemet. You know, Ra breathed forth and the seven Elohim come forth. And Kemetically, Tehudi was present during that time as a representation as divine mind. Ma'at was present at that time as a representation of balance and order. So when Atum came forth, Atum had the essence of divine mind in its being as well as Ma'atic balance. And this came forth and how things begin to manifest as protoplast on the material level, so to speak. This Atum produced Shu and Tefnut, which became air. Day 3, Seb, Geb, which is what a water is mentioned in the Piscean records of the Bible. They got that from Kemet too. The plants, you know, this is where Ra come forth in the form of the sun, because they say the sun came on the 4th day. Day 5 of the beast are Pep, Earth, and Fire, Set, and Neptunes, which is really their version of what they call Adam and Eve. That's carnal man and woman. The original man was spirit man. And day 7 that they talk about was the day that actually The original Adam that I spoke of earlier was present. Day 7 is not the end. Day 7 is just showing you the beginning of another cycle. Because it say the man that came forth when he breathed the breath of life in him, he came forth before the plants and the trees. Huh? So when we go into all this history, family, you know, he can't get around it. So that same light, being a light being coming from the Creator, is the same essence we carry in the God code. And that is how we manifest as we are now. Oh, this is my last measure, and I close.
Your last one, nigga, you gonna OD, nigga?
I close with this. Yeah. And this is for those who understand this. For those who ever heard of Adam Codman and think that's a myth. In the Piscean records, if you go into this book, and this coming from Proverbs chapter 8, right? Kadam means antiquity, aforetime. It goes into being from the beginning. This is what David stated here. Listen to the words. The Lord possessed me in the beginning of his way, before his works of old. I was set up from everlasting, from the beginning, or ever the earth was. There were no depths, I was brought forth, when there were no fountains abounding with water. Before the mountains were set up, before the hills, I was brought forth. While as yet he had not made the earth, nor the fields, nor the highest part of the dust of the world. When he prepared the heavens, I was there. When he set a compass upon the face of the depth, when he established the clouds above, when he strengthened the fountains of the deep, when he gave the seas his decree that the water should not pass, his commandment. He basically saying he was there, but the word they use is kadam when it says from his works of old. Look it up. So this is meaning that man has always been with the Creator. When he said that the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the water, man was with him. Man was Elohim himself. That's why you see depictions of the head of the eagle upon the body of a man, which they got from Kemet. That's why you see the head of a bull on the body of a man. Eagle, lion, ox, man. Remove the letters E-L-O-M. Place the he or the who in the spirit there, and this is where they get their Elohim from, which is really based off of the Neteru of ancient Kemet. So man helped create this creation. Man was a spirit man, and he took part in his own creation. His creation was but a pilgrimage into this creation as we know it. You see? And that's the real aspect, going beyond that evolutionary garbage that he was talking. The God code is in your DNA. You can't debunk it. And that ain't even got nothing to do with religion. It's just in your DNA. You see? So I'll let you do your research on that. I'm going to stop right there.
Yo, this nigga, you ever say I'm gonna get you sucker, yo, they OD with all the gold? Yo, you didn't old pseudo, yo, you know what? I got something for you. After that presentation, yo, I gave, yo, you won. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do this for you, yo. Cause yo, you just pulled it off, yo. You pulled it off, yo. We're gonna give you, ladies and gentlemen, the Nobel Prize of Science. Cause you just overturned modern science, bro. Ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna give this man this award. He absolutely deserved it, yo. You can get that, yo. You can get the Nobel Prize in Science, nigga. You got it. You got it, bro. I'm not even mad at you, yo. You done brought every religion known to man up in that presentation, yo. You done put it in the bag and shook it all up. Yo, hey, dog. And yo, you know, I heard Malachi, Phil Valentine, Bobby Emmett, Red Pill, Blue Pill, all them. Nigga, you got them beat, dog. You probably, hey, yo, I dare you lift that hat up, yo. You lift that hat up, yo. Your brain gonna fall out.
Hey, you see this cat? Hey, he can't do nothing. He can't do nothing with that information. It debunked the thought of evolution that he ever had.
Our way is in the genetic, really, nigga?
And that's funny, but a tail falling in the womb of a woman, you know, falling off in the womb of a woman makes more sense to them than the God code being at the essence of our DNA. Come on, man, make it make sense.
That's what they
Those numbers in the gematria, bro,
Please don't cut me
for
off.
the elements of
Don't cut
hydrogen,
me off, yo.
nitrogen, oxygen, they
Yo,
equal
you
the
had
name Yahweh.
35 minutes.
How can you explain that?
No, you had 30. You can't even explain it, yo.
How can you?
How can I explain it?
I
You
just
can't explain
explained
that. If you think
went
you
over your
explained that
head.
just now, I'm
It went
talking,
over your
bro.
head, bro. That's
Yo,
all
you
right.
had your presentation, yo.
I
did
told
your
you, bro.
thing.
You underestimate.
Hey, yo, you right. Listen, let me
I
talk.
told you. I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show
Yo,
all
let me
y'all.
Yo, you can't
Every
cut me
last
off,
one of
yo.
y'all that doubt.
Yo, why
I'm
you
gonna show
doing
you.
that?
Y'all don't know who y'all talking.
Yo, is that a tassel on your hat?
Individual.
Is that a tassel on his hat, son?
You know
What
what
is
I
that?
used to do?
Is that a mouth?
Back in the
You remember
day
your
when
man had the spider running around? What is that?
When I seen people bully
Yo,
people
I'm
with
talking,
knowledge,
yo,
that's
can
the
I
way
talk?
I used to.
Kemetian, you gotta let him talk now, brother. He was quiet with you.
Now, yo,
Go ahead.
Kemetian,
He cut in there.
what nigga in Kemet, what dude in Kemet had a hat that big on their head, dog? What is you doing? What are you representing here? You got your army uniform on, you got the patch, you got 3 dudes in the back. Like, I don't know what's going on, son. Where'd you get him from, Saul? Like, he is, see, this is what we talk about when we say pseudoscience, right? You've mixed everything together. What culture are you talking about?
Well, in case you didn't know, you asked me where did I get him from? He is the Lions Den champion, JJ7000 champion.
Listen, man. I'm trying to tell you, man. Don't bring them slides to the conversation debate, bro. Don't that DNA. Don't do. I dare you. I dare you bring that. You got so many mistakes. I dare you. I double D. Don't do it, bro. I dare you. Talk that talk like that. I'ma eat you up. Don't do. Hey, son, every time I tell these dudes don't do it, they either run somewhere, right? Like Pharaoh and all them. Yo, do he realize what he trying? Listen, bro. Science is undefeated. You can only defeat science with better science. All that intelligent design, I got you, white boy shit. All that new age shit you talking, I got you. I got everything you got, but you got none of what I got. You don't understand what I got. See, I've been in that space before where you mix the kundalini when they die. So you trying to tell people listening right now that human beings got a scimitar sword on them. And I'm just talking about some bones that fall off after 10 weeks. And you talking about they got a scimitar. And you think somebody gonna listen to that? And look at you dead serious, yo. You have OD'd off your own. You have defeated yourself. That's why we're giving you the Nobel Prize in Science, bro. So no, don't bring that. Don't do that.
Everything I said, I proved.
No, I know.
By saying,
right? I know you.
But you see this right here?
No, you're not showing nothing.
See what that's called in science? No, see what that's called in science right there, my brother.
What?
Huh? Okay.
You messed it up, yo.
That's right.
You messed it up.
That's right.
You messed it up.
If I say something, I know what I'm talking about. I ain't gonna never get up there.
You gotta let him go. You gotta
make it up.
Kemetian, you just dove all that, man. Come on, yo.
I ain't gonna never do that. So what I'm gonna say is this right here. Like I said, everything you said, putting that stuff out here with what the Europeans said, you promote.
Kemetian, you gotta let talk now, brother.
Oh, I thought you was letting me get my spiel. Go ahead, bro.
You OD, you lost your mind, yo. You tripping, yo. You seeing stars, yo. You tripping. Hey, man. Hey, man. Let me see. What I want to hit you with real quick. Let's talk about what science is, man. You tripping over there. I can't even listen to it. Look, man, I ain't gonna let you do it to yourself, man. What is science? This is by Thomas Huckabee, man. Science is nothing but trained and organized common sense. You definitely ain't got nothing that. You all over the place. You everywhere. Science, a body of knowledge, the process for building that knowledge has both creative and critical components. Now I want y'all to use the Berkeley website right here, EDU. Okay, understandingscience.berkeley.edu. All right, go to that website right there. Serious, I just want to leave people with the source. Here you go again. What is science? John Moore, he wrote this in 1993. A way of knowing by accumulating data from observations and experiments, seeking relationships of the data with other natural phenomena, excluding supernatural explanations and personal wishes. He did all that. He brought all the supernatural and blase from every known culture. Science is never complete. See, this is what we all mess up. Science is never complete. And each new discovery produces new questions. So every time in science that we think we understand, know something, once you start to understand something, it pushes you forward to understand something else. And new questions start to, quote unquote, arise. But let me put them in the chokehold real quick. This is how you put them in the chokehold. Easy work. 1 second, let it load. Get them out of here. Get them out the game. This is how we get them out the game. African populations have the highest genetic diversity. Well, why would that be? In the yellow. Why would Africans populations have the highest diversity? Because this is the place of origin, ladies and gentlemen, right? Coming from Harvard University, we see right here, we see the yellow, right? Look at the map of Africa right there, to the top left right here, okay? You see that yellow? Look at the other places. Look at Europe, Middle Eastern, India, East Asian, Oceania, Native American. You see all their genes, their frequency, see that? But look at the diversity. Look how much, right, the diversity is. Let me show you why. Here's a map, right? Here's a map. Major dispersal routes of modern humans. So at about 100,000, 200,000, right? We know now, based off new data, 300,000 Morocco. You see Homo sapiens leave out, right? Right there. They roll across the Mediterranean. My fault. They roll across the Red Sea, right? They disperse towards Europe, right? They go back across India, 30,000, 60,000, and end up in Australia, right? 40 to 60,000, right? They go up there across Asia. They go through the strait around 15,000, 35,000. They in North America. Okay, look at the arrows. Then they end up down in South America around possibly 13,000 years ago. Right? So yeah, evolution is real, right? Evolution is not only real, it's a fact and a theory. And when I come next time, I'm gonna show you how evolution is not only a fact, it's a theory. He don't even know what a scientific theory is. So I'm gonna end with this, Mr. Kemetian. What's a theory, bro, when scientists are talking about it? What is that? Do you know? You can Google it if you want to. Because if you Google and read it, then you just boomerang dang yourself. That's the question, bro. Do you know what a scientific theory is? Can't hear you on me.
What's your point?
Huh?
What's your point?
I just asked you, did you know? Now, if you don't know, that's not going to disqualify.
On which portion of what you were presenting?
No, I just simply said, do you know what a scientific theory is? Because you keep.
Do I know what scientific theory is?
Yes.
It depends on what type of science you're dealing with.
No.
I mean, it's many different portions. That's like you got many scientific theories, bro. So what?
No, that's not what I asked you. I asked you, what is a scientific theory? Not the many.
Well, the word theory has to do with when somebody theorizing, right? In most cases, somebody being theoretical, right? And most science is rooted in theory until it is proven to be true or untrue. A lot of things people accepted as science was philosophized upon. And then there's, like Napoleon said, history is a thing that most people accept and agree upon. So a consensus say this is the truth, even though it may not be true. And then they do research and say, well, all right, let's see if this stuff right here is on point. Oh, we done found something else that debunked that. So these are nothing more than place markers when you get into scientific theory, my brother. You can never root yourself in a definitive measure and say this is what it is. Because they're going to always move the goalposts and say, all right, we done found somebody older, or we done found some more archaeological evidence. Yeah. And it goes on and on and on. So the European science is swift and changeable like the weather. You know, and if that's what you choose to believe in, I ain't going to attack you and knock you for it. But I know better. I know where I come from.
Listen.
I know where I come from. I didn't come from no ape.
Bro, I asked you a question.
That's the European.
Bro, I asked you a question.
That ain't my history, bro. I'm sorry.
Listen, I asked you a question. Do you know what a scientific theory is? I don't want to hear about the white people, the European, and all that.
Yeah, but you teaching hatred toward them more. Y'all hate Moors, but you tolerate Europeans.
Commission.
Answer that question. Why do you have so much hatred toward Moors?
Owned by
but you can tolerate a European, though.
Commission.
You can say don't talk about the European.
You don't
know. You don't feel that way about the Moors, though.
So, okay, so basically what you're saying is you literally stand outside. Listen, Commission, do you walk to work? Commission, do you walk to work?
No, I drive to work.
Wow, the European made that car. Do you eat food? Do you have a refrigerator, FDA food? Do you have a refrigerator, Commission?
See what I'm saying? But that gives you a
have
right.
a refrigerator, Commission?
Who made the first engine?
Do you have no? Do you
was
have
it a European that made that engine?
I don't want to hear that. Do you have a refrigerator, Commission? See, you're not answering questions, bro.
Was it a European or was it one of us?
Okay.
Answer that question.
Stop. Commission. He asked you what is a scientific theory. That's all he asked you, brother.
Yeah, but he asked me.
It's all right to say I don't know. Remember I said that earlier?
No, I didn't say I don't know.
We don't have to know everything, brother.
Just look it up and read it.
So I gave him the answer. When he said something about the wind, I told him I didn't know. So I didn't say I know everything.
Man,
I said that scientific theory, there are many different theories. I asked him which theory. No. And then he said, explain it. I explained my version,
bro.
And then he started asking me about engine.
All right, let me read
so I responded to that.
Listen.
Talking about the European.
All right, I hear you. All right, bro. You
and
talk yourself.
All right, hold on, Commission. Hold on.
All right, let me just read this. Come on, man. Stop. All right, here you go. See the screen? Scientific theory, right? All he had to say was he did not know. Okay, a scientific theory is an explanation of an aspect of the natural world and universe. Natural science is one of the branches of science concerned with the description, the understanding.
Now notice, he said natural science is one of the branches of science. I asked him which scientific theory was he referring to, and that went right over his monkey brain. Goodness gracious.
And prediction of natural phenomena based on empirical evidence from observation and experimentation. Mechanisms such as peer review and repeatability of findings are used to try to figure it out. Let me keep going. Natural world that has been repeatedly tested. So when I'm talking about evolution, I'm telling you that has been repeatedly tested.
Now, can you prove it outside of what you read?
Don't cut me off, dude. Stop.
Can you prove it? Because you asked me a question. Can I ask you a question?
Commission, he ain't cut you off not one time, brother.
He didn't cut me off one time. Come on.
You've been going for like 20 minutes. He don't cut you off.
I ain't doing that, yo. I ain't been going on like you. Come on,
you kidding me, son? As much as I saw here and listen to what that man say, bro.
Commission, relax, bro. I'm letting you do your thing, yo. You damn near OD.
Man, y'all. That
bro, if you go back and look at the tape, I let you rock. Bro, you just did a 35-minute presentation on Yahweh in the blood, bro. I didn't stop you.
No, it wasn't no, bro. Listen.
It was. Let me finish my point, though, man. Commission, let me just finish.
Every time I say something, you say
that's
I
fine. Okay, Commission.
You cut me off the whole while. I see what this is.
Okay, what is it? It's a route at this point, but let me finish it again. A scientific theory is an explanation of the aspects
of set it up, bro.
And universe.
Set it up. I ain't going back and forth, bro. Freedom is not a game. I die for my people for real.
Y'all collaborated. And the
I'm building government right now, bro.
Using accepted protocols and
observations. I'm talking about breaking
measurements and evaluations of results. Where possible, theories are tested under controlled conditions in an experiment. In circumstances not amenable to experimentation, testing theories are evaluated through the principles of deductive reasoning. Establishing scientific theories have withstood the rigors of scrutiny and embody scientific knowledge. This is what I'm talking about when I'm talking about the theory of evolution. It has been tested and has stand the scrutiny of time. You can't come in and then debunk it by mixing up all the damn religions that you thought you ever heard on planet Earth. Start talking about the code is in the thing. Yo, that's ridiculous. See, right now, Sarnetta's platform has been elevated. Like, we have people to come on and do that. But them days is long gone, right? When God Killer showed up, you know what I'm saying? And them gunfighters, intellectual gunfighters, the Amaral squad showed up. Them days was over with. You couldn't just say anything out your mouth. Yeah, all you showed slides, bro. You ain't showed one source. So at this point, I'm trying to figure out to beat you up.
All right, I got to get ready to roll.
Yeah, we got
Kemetian, I got to get ready to roll. I just want to say this, Kemetian, let me say this. You can unmute yourself, Kemetian. Let me say this, man, real quick.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to say.
Hold on, Kemetian. Hold on for a minute, brother. No, I want to say this real quick, brother. And believe me, I mean no disrespect. I'm just here to try to help you. If you want to grow, you got to leave the kittens then. Leave that dumb nigga JJ the fuck alone, man.
See what I'm saying? So this let you know the intent of this man. The whole while he had that little bias in him, because he hating on my brother Judah. You know, he hating on the man. That's what it all boiled down to, bro. And I hope you see this, you know, because I told you, you know, when it come to it, bro, it's all about being real. Real recognize real, and you don't look familiar to me. You know, a man, the only thing he got is his word and his bond. You know, and if it's easily broken, you ain't got a bone of loyalty in you. You see? And you are lower than a worm when you demonstrate like that right there. So maybe you need to evolve a little bit more.
Them niggas are not going to elevate you over there, brother. It's not about me trying to turn you against nobody. From what I seen today, you got to leave them dumb, stupid niggas alone over there, brother. If you want to grow and evolve in your knowledge, please. Why you think you having such a hard time? It ain't about being biased, brother. You are having a hard time, brother. You couldn't answer a lot of questions today, brother. You came in, you said that you knew Hebrew. Morpheus came in and went in, and you couldn't answer that. You couldn't answer.
He talking about I say I knew Hebrew. I ain't say nothing about knowing no Hebrew. I told that man that I teach Arabic. And that's another thing. These people so dumb. They don't recognize that when you go into Arabic, you don't have to be a Hafiz. A Hafiz is somebody that memorized the Holy Quran. All that dude Morpheus was doing is hiding behind the screen, reading through a transliteration, you know, somewhere, finding words that he was looking at, and then saying, well, what is this and what is that? What is this? You know, so when it comes down to being fluent in the Arabic, it has nothing to do with being a Hafiz. In order for you to be fluent in Arabic, you got to be around Arabs to learn, just like I know Spanish from being around a lot of Mexicans and Cubans down here in Florida, right? But I am familiar with Arabic in the roots. The roots, etymology make you familiar. So if I hear somebody speaking Arabic, I can pick up bits and pieces of what they're saying and make out what they're saying in certain instances. Certain words that I'm not familiar with, those are words that I have not been familiar with because I have not come across those words. But I never said I was a Hafiz. And if you wanted to translate any text, you don't have to know, meaning memorize, you know, a particular holy book to do that. All you need is a lexicon, a dictionary, and being familiar with the alphabets. And once you're familiar with the alphabet, you can actually transliterate. And with the dictionary and the lexicon and thesaurus and so forth and so on, you also come forth with the meanings and expand the meanings beyond what they are. It's that simple. You see, so that's a shot that they throw out there so he can try to make it look like I don't know what I'm talking about. You see what I'm saying? And I learned the alphabet in Arabic 30 years ago, family, in 3 days. And then put my own methodology of putting it together. you know, as far as the way I teach it. I take 7 of the alphabets and go from Aleph, Ba, Ta, Tha, Jim, Ha, Ka, Dal, Zol, Ra, Ze, Sin, Shin, Sa, Dal, Tor, Zor, Ain, Gain, Fa, Quaf, Kaf, Lam, Mem, Noon, He, War, Yeah, right? When I got taught Tajweed in Arabic, I was taught by a brother who was teaching at Dar Uloom, Al-Azhar University. He was from Egypt. So I learned the Egyptian Arabic dialect, which is actually the dialect that come right behind the Coptic language, the language that became dominant in ancient Egypt. You know, after I learned that, I was given, matter of fact, let's see here. I was given this Holy Quran in all Arabic. You see? So I know the alphabet. I can read through here and transliterate each and every one of these mentions. You see? That's nothing. But this other guy come up in here talking about, well, who is the father of Mary in the Bible? Yakim. Well, who is the father in the Quran? Imran. So when I reversed it and juxtaposed the question back to him, I said, well, who is Enoch in the Bible? Well, then who is Enoch in the Quran? Idris. He didn't know that. You see what I'm saying? So we could have made a uproar about that right there and say, you don't know what he's talking about. You don't know Eric. But it goes to show that individuals like to move the goalposts, twist the narratives, and their only thing is they fear what Kemetian has to bring to the manifest. So that's why they on a campaign now to try to smear me. But I ain't worried about that right there, because I'm going to teach my people. And in the end, they going to see the truth, those who want to see the truth. You know, I ain't here to convince nobody that don't want to be convinced. I'm just simply dropping it like it's hot. You heard my elder say he an angel. That's Swift Angel number 1. That's who made me Swift Angel number 4. And the nature of an angel is that they hear and they obey. You know, if an angel has a station of bringing rain, he doesn't sit there, you know, to see who gonna get wet or who getting rained on or who getting flooded out. The nature of that angel is simply to drop that rain. So if you get, you know, hit by this water, because actually water is synonymous. That same word, Isla, means water. So if you are hit with this rain that's coming forth from this knowledge and you get wet, you don't like getting wet up by it, that ain't on me. If you get wet and you think it's refreshing because you've been out in the heat all day, you know, then you can be blessed from it. That ain't on me. I ain't standing around to see who get wet and who get flooded out. My duty is to drop it like it's hot and keep it moving. So that's where I'm at with that.
Uncle's asking you, what is a scientific theory? You couldn't answer it, brother. It's off.
He say I couldn't answer it when I gave the man the answer to scientific theory. He went into the definition, and then you can see that the definition actually said the broader aspect is what I said it was, dealing with theory. See how ignorant these, you see how much of an ignoramus Sarnetta is? He's suffering right now.
The smartest thing you could do, Kemetian, is say, oh, Unc, I don't know. Or Unc said, go look it up and just go look it up.
The whole thing it boiled down to is they think Kemetian think he know everything because of what I'm bringing that they never heard before. They want to challenge it. They can't rebut it. So now they want to say he think he know everything. They want to hear Kemetian say, I don't know. That's what this all boiled down to. Because what they heard was so magnanimous. What they heard, even within themselves, they know that it's the truth. And they don't want to accept it. Because they done ran through all these weak bite individuals that were calling themselves Moors, but wasn't Moors. Not like this one right here. You see what I'm saying? And they've been trying to put me in that same box, but they can't do it. Because I'm a different type of Moor. Shouts out to the line then.
And say it. But brother, you got to leave them kitten ass niggas alone over there, bro.
See what I'm saying?
They making you dumb.
You see this Negro? The condescending egotistic, megalomaniac, brainwash, whitewash, neuter-minded Negro up here. You see this, right? This is what white supremacy do to you. This is what it do to your family.
You can't grow over there, brother. I'm serious, and you're a hell of a good researcher, brother. But they're not going to challenge you.
Now, in the previous discussion, when I spoke on Moors, he was over there praising the fact that I bring the resources, I bring the sources. I know it's about sourcing up. But he let this dude here get up in here and basically philosophize, put up a few Wikipedia posts. I done showed everything that deals with all the way from the mathematics, all the way down to the cosmology, all the way down to the DNA, and he still want to choose monkey tails over divine DNA cells. Let that marinate a bit, people.
Because they don't know shit. They don't know a goddamn thing. They're not going to challenge you, Kemetian. Now, if you want to stay on that level, then rightfully so.
I'm gonna say this right here, bro. And I'm gonna
say this right there, brother.
You learn what the 30 years for you
I'm
show
gonna
up.
say this right here. I feel
Now you see how he cutting in?
You know, like I said, I ain't got nothing to do with whatever you and that brother went through.
Brother,
I feel like a lot of heat, and I'm gonna tell you what I feel, because I don't hold my tongue when I speak. I feel like a lot of heat you bringing for me is based on what you feel for that man.
I'm not bringing no heat towards you. I don't. Hold up, brother.
I'm telling you the truth. You want,
brother? I have nothing personal against you.
He done muted me.
so
I'm telling you.
Mute me out.
Because I'm telling you,
I feel your heat is based upon what you.
No, brother, what I'm giving you is real shit.
So
Watch the chat room. Look at the chat room.
Here, I just showed you facts, bro. I showed.
Look in the chat room, Kemetian. Kemetian, look in the chat room. Family, how many of you believe what I'm telling the brother is a fact? As far as him, he's the champion over there at JJ's on JJ platform. He is the champion. So hold on. So how many of y'all believe what I'm telling you? If he continue to stay on that source that platform, he will never grow.
You hear this?
Because
Fool?
those the dumbest motherfuckers on YouTube. They some of the dumbest niggas over there, bro.
Hey, Kemetian, don't listen to him. I don't listen to Sarnetta, man.
Hey, listen to me, Kemetian. Now I'm gonna kick you out. I gotta kick out because I'm trying to make you.
See, this Negro think that he got some type of power because he got an audience on social media. You see, and this is what happened. You know, when individuals, call themselves, placing themselves on a particular pedestal over people. But whatever goes up must come down. You see? And I'm going to tell you like this, Sarnetta, and I hope you get this memo right here. You see? When I come to your platform and I blessed it with love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. You rejected that demonstration with all your antics and your ignoramus and negativity in your behavior, right? And so now it's just like when Genghis Khan, so to speak, set out, and he would always say, had it not been for your many sins and disappointment, the Most High wouldn't have sent me as a punishment upon you. You see? So you'll see. And we're talking about this knowledge is going to push you all the way up off of your house of consciousness. We're going to put this truth in the earth, and it's going to crack the epic center when we step down. And I guarantee you, when the smoke clear, you're going to see lines on the manifest, because a lion don't give a woo about what a lamb think. You just lamb chop, Sarnetta.
I don't want you to grow, bro. I don't want your ass to grow.
What it down to this here, bro, at the end of the day.
I don't want you to grow, Kemetian. I'm telling you. He wants you to stay over there.
Keep that belt, man.
You know, all that stuff talking about dumb and all that, bro. Let me tell you something. I done studied way more than the average individual wherever. I do this day and night, 3 and 4 o'clock in the morning. I don't have nobody over me telling me what I can study and what I can't study.
Oh man!
Right now, I'm guiding my people. My elders been putting me in leadership in front of them for years.
Yo, Unc, you know what he said before you came over, Unc? He said Moses existed and the Exodus is real.
We building government.
Come on.
You ain't building no government, man.
And I showed you information to support it.
What is it, Unc?
The general
building the Flintstone government straight out of the comic book. None of that shit will work in real life. DNA don't work that way. You like Frankenstein, nigga. You'll kill somebody.
Just because you have a bias and you disagree with something, that doesn't make it true. You can say it ain't real all you want to.
But the burden of proof, how do you overthrow science, yo? How do you make it be a whole DNA thing?
Everything I said, I brought a record to support it.
No,
let's see how
man, Solomon and all that.
Did I not back up what I said with information?
Yo, like science
did I
already
not back up what I said with
information? You can't put
we don't want to answer the question. You see what I'm saying? We don't see where you at,
the man you talk though, yo, can we talk?
I'm gonna let my works be the proof of my Messiah.
Because I see I'm teaching you right now.
I'm gonna let my works be the proof of my Messiah.
Okay, that's something different, yo.
My
maybe
people
maybe
already
do a
done
good
put
job.
me in a position
Maybe
to
do a
guide
good job.
What are you doing?
Maybe do a good job.
I'm building government.
Helping out black
I'm
people.
breaking away from this European.
Commission.
I'm breaking away from their books.
You're not breaking away from nothing.
Translate our
Commission.
own.
Every book
We're
you
not
got is a white
what the European taught. We're not
the
accepting
day of
European
judgment,
science.
you step up in
We
this
are
ring.
looking in these things.
Y'all hear me? I'm gonna call my shot. I'm
and
gonna
they
show
can
you
get all that garbage
that
back.
this guy,
and you
everything
can continue
he
to worship at the
white
master.
He talking master. Watch how
all right, let him go, man. Unc, I'll see you later, brother.
All right, man.
I ain't going.
All right, let me let Kemetian go. Go ahead, Kemetian.
I'm gonna go, bro.
No, I'm saying you can close out. You can close out. Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, what I'm gonna say is this right here, bro.
And
You know
it's
what I
not
mean?
personal, man. You keep
Listen,
thinking it's personal.
listen,
From
it
what?
is
Hey, hold up. I'm gonna
personal.
let you close out. Hold up, Kemetian. From what I witnessed today, brother. From what I witnessed today, I'm seeing that, brother. These niggas is holding you back. These niggas, the kitten's den. You're not growing from over there, brother. He's not growing. You are always welcome over here. You're welcome, but see, you may not want to run over here because you know this is where the real power is at.
Bro,
this is where the real scholars is at. This is where the real. You cutting me off, brother. You're gonna have to learn how to be disciplined. If it's one thing that Prophet Noble Drew Ali ain't teach your ass, brother, it's how to be disciplined.
As long as I here and let people talk over me, bro.
Nah, that's not true. You was doing when you reverse this video and go back and look at the video, like what you doing right now, like what you doing right now. See, like what you doing right now. When you go back and look at the video, brother, you're gonna see that you've been doing this all goddamn day.
Y'all cut me off.
You doing the same thing to everybody. Now I'm gonna tell you something. I think
I sat here and listened.
Hold on. I think that Apostle,
the audience said it.
Brother, hold on for a minute. I think that Apostle,
y'all was cutting me off.
Oh,
people said it in the audience.
You doing it now, man. I think that Apostle.
I'm gonna let y'all have it, bro.
All right. I think that Apostle, brother, I finally found somebody that can outdo Apostle, brother. And you outdo Apostle, brother. Peace. Peace, brother.
You be blessed, bro.
Peace, brother.
All right.
Man, oh man. For real, I believe, and I'm not capping on this, but I believe, and we know how fucked up Apostle can go over people and talk over brother. I think Kemetian got him beat, bro. He got Apostle beat, brother. And I never thought that I would find anybody that can beat, that can outdo Apostle. His Apostle is so, look, they always say that I'm biased. Apostle sat there, watched Morpheus beat the shit out of Kemetian. You know what the first thing Apostle did when he got in?
I heard.
Hey, Kemetian. Hey, first of all, I want to tell you, brother, good job, brother. You did real good. I'm like, yo, what the fuck? What are you looking at, Apostle? You niggas are dumb as fucking shit. But you call me biased. Knowing, and see, this is why they not gonna grow up, because you're not honest with the man. You're not telling them the truth. You're not honest with them, and you're not telling them the truth.
And Sardinetta dumb as a box of rocks.
And watch later on, 7 cents over there at the kittens. He's gonna hit 7 cents over there at the kittens den. The kittens den. He gonna hold an old press conference and talk about how Kemetian killed everybody. Watch, he gonna do all that dumb shit. These niggas is crazy.
So first of all, right? You know, I actually ran across Kemetian on JJ's platform. You know, I like to, you know, I fuck with JJ. You know what I'm saying?
I troll sometimes and fuck with these niggas.
Right. So actually, I already know Kemetian is long one. Yo, he talked himself to death. He talked himself into a tizzy. By the time he get finished, he don't know where he was at. Right. Trust me, he be all over the place. So he never actually answered the question of a tail. Right? He made up some shit. He talked about the scrotum. I pulled up the chart that showed you the damn scrotum in accordance with the daggone
you see how dumb Unc is talking about a scrotum. I said scimitar sacrum.
Like, come on, dog. I showed you what the scrotum was. Look, watch this, son. And look, listen. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Yo, this easy.
Yeah, I don't want to do it no more. I see you tomorrow. I've been on here for like maybe 5 hours.
Nah, I ain't doing that, son. Nah, I ain't doing that. Just look. I ain't doing that. I'm just showing things. Look.
Please, man, let me go, man.
Here we go. Look, you see that right there? Scrotum, right?
See this dumb man talking about scrotum, bro. You see scrotum there? Scimitar sacrum. Sacrum is what it's called. Man, this man crazy.
Toxic vertebrae. See the difference?
Vertebrae. Right. He don't even know how to say vertebrae. Right. He say coccicine. When it comes to cockets.
How easy it is. I know anatomy.
I can't take this guy serious.
Right? Remember, I went to the Natural Museum, bro, and identified different archaic skulls. You got the video up. When I'm talking to the anthropologists in the Natural History Museum, and I'm looking at the ancient skulls saying, yeah, that's that. And me and the anthropologists, you got it on your channel, yo. So we don't play around here, man. You know how to come. You know it's like this. You got people that talk when he talk. He just don't know the level of competition is over here.
Right. He don't know.
Yeah,
he don't know.
Yeah,
he bumped heads with Jabari. I guess he didn't know what Jabari do. And he started going at Jabari with the Kemet. Now, you know, Kemetian pseudo is a motherfucker.
He's
now you hear this fork-tongued serpent. You see, we can go right to the other video. He talking about you bringing the sources. Man, you can't deal with a guy. It's a turncoat, man. You know, all these dudes reptilians. Nevertheless, you feel me? We're going to go ahead and shut this demonstration down, right, with a measure. Let me see real quick right here. Yeah, because I know our people probably laid out a lot of them. It's me and JJ them on here. And so, Kareem, are you still there, sis? I know it's been a minute. She probably asleep too.
I'm right here.
Okay, well, did you get a chance? Was that your first time seeing us do that video? Watching the end portion of it?
No, I recorded it.
Okay, I got you. Yeah, and it's just a bunch of foolishness on there. And what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just close it out, you know, as we do normally with a tripe. And we're gonna lay it down, sis. Give
all right.
All your services, because we did what needed to be done. All right, let me play this right here. Share the screen. Okay.
Slavery. When black people like me talk to the slaves, they didn't kill us. They sent some old house Negro along behind him to undo what he said. You have to read the history of slavery to understand this. There were two kinds of Negroes. There was that old house Negro and the field Negro. And the house Negro always looked out for his master.
Yeah, this that sacrilegious blasphemy. Revolutionary speech to make them blasphemy. And I put it all on the line to see my people free. Even if it leads to Roman legions crucifying me. Yeah, it's that sacrilegious blasphemy. Revolutionary speech to make them blasphemy. And I put it all on the line to see my people free. Even if it leads to Roman legions crucifying me. Blood diamonds in our veins, so we free. Every nigga's a potential donor for a small fee. Over the years, I gave my blood, gave my sweat and tears. Upright, independent, and fearless, and it's all clear. They want to see me on my knees with my hands out, but I refuse to be a pickaninny chasing clout. Your favorite rapper, honor master, he's a faithful slave. Palace worshiping pagan rights for minimum wage. And I say the things that these house niggas wanna say. Can't cancel me cause I'm the culture, watch me lead the way. My footprints are clearly cut cause I'm a big stepper. I leave eternal landmarks, therefore I live forever. My Moorish ties can never be severed. Medieval demons plot to earn acceptance, and I don't have to get ready because I stay ready. Recite these vanishing rituals, these are my confessions, and I got a 7-day theory like Machiavelli. That sacrilegious blasphemy. Revolutionary speech to make them blasphemy. And I put it all on the line to see my people free. Even if it leads to Roman legions crucifying me. Yeah, it's that sacrilegious blasphemy. Revolutionary speech to make them blasphemy. And I put it all on the line to see my people free. Even if it leads to Roman legions crucifying me. Freedom of speech, just watch what you say. Them devils look for excuses to exercise they hate. Design by manipulation, justify the case. A pig's only agenda is to control our fate. So many snakes and I miss silent hissing like Judas. Filled in malice and greed, but still I see through them. And I can see it in their eyes that pray for my demise. A crown of thorns upon my head, but yet I hold it high. And I walk with purpose and pride in every step I stride. Cause I made a vow to the ancestors to ride or die. So I bear the burden of many spirits and lost souls. Held captive within the struggle as I unfold. They hold the stripes on my back. Look at my broken flesh. I'm speaking truth to power into my last breath. I hear true legends never die, and now I'm legendary. And I live forever through these lyrics, even when I'm buried. Yeah, it's that sacrilegious blasphemy. Revolutionary speech to make them blasphemy. And I put it all on the line to see my people free. Even if it leads to Roman legions crucifying me. Yeah, it's that sacrilegious blasphemy. Revolutionary speech to make them blasphemy. And I put it all on the line to see my people free. Even if it leads to Roman legions crucifying me. Yeah, it's that sacrilegious blasphemy. Revolutionary speech to make them blasphemy. And I put it all on the line to see my people free. Even if it leads to Roman legions crucifying me. Yeah, it's that sacrilegious blasphemy. Revolutionary speech to make them blasphemy. And I put it all on the line to see my people free. Even if it leads to Roman legions crucifying me.
All right, family. All right, family. Peace and love. Peace and love. Thank you again, Sister Karima. We give honors to you.
Okay.
All right, sis, get you some rest.